You're listening to The Pete Shepard Show.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to The Pete Shepard Show. How is everybody doing today on this Thursday? It is Thursday, July 18th. 18th of July already. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Did you guys get up at 1:35 this morning to watch the Open, a.k.a. the British Open, going on in lovely Troon, Scotland right now, where it is incredibly at the Open, breezy and rainy. And we'll give you an update on the leaderboard as I have it right in front of me right now. Right out of the gate, Alex Noren on top at 2 under, tied with from Sweden with Nikolai Højgaard, Justin Rose, Chris Kirk, the American, and MK Kim there as well. That's your leaderboard right now at 2 under par. I'll get to some of the later tee times as well. Everybody's wondering about Scotty Scheffler, and he's right after 10 o'clock. So this Eastern Standard Time. This has been going on for a while. Anyway, good morning. Welcome to the Pete Shepard Show right here on the Coastal Sports Network. Man, oh man, so exciting. Got some great stuff coming your way today, believe it or not. And as this would normally be like the slowest week in sports, but it's been pretty good so far. Lots going on. We've got I got Christopher Price coming on today. We'll talk about the NFL and training camps going on and the Patriots and so on and so forth. That's at 9:05. Chris Palin at 9:30. Give you all the updates on the Florida Everblades and their new affiliation with the St. Louis Blues. The British Open, we got SEC Media Week concluding today. Lots of sound. Got sound from some NFL camps. A really interesting story about Terrell Davis and what happened to him on a plane. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. You might have seen the story come out a couple of days ago. He gives his account of what happened with his kids. It was crazy. World Series of Poker concluded yesterday. I'm a big poker guy. I've actually had the honor of playing in that event back in 2010 as one of the greatest experiences of my life. Jonathan Tamayo from Texas beats Jordan Griff, I should say. I'll give you the winning hand down the stretch, down the end. Shaq goes on The View. Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal goes on The View. We got some MLB news. United States Olympic team routing Serbia 105-79. And then up near Orlando, Angel, at Publix at Palm Bay, which I believe is right outside Orlando, we had a problem with a bug bomb that went off, and many people got sick. You can believe that. Anyway, with that, follow us on our incredible video platform and the app. Angel will come and update us. But I'm right now at PShep326 on Twitter X. My blue check mark is back, so you can watch the show on Twitter X. My Facebook account at PShep326. Also, my Facebook page having a minor issue because you had to readjust some things. You may not be able to see it on my Facebook page today, but SR1029 The Game, Ion TV, CSN Florida, Rumble, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, and YouTube. Check it out there. And you can call or text the show, 727-858-6650. And I have my Caddyshack, right in the lumberyard hat, which a friend of mine gave me a while ago to honor the people playing at the Open today, right in the lumberyard. Speaking of not in the lumberyard, but up in beautiful Tampa, I am here in Fort Myers. We say good morning to Angel Martinez. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor Pete. And we are, 76 degrees? It's going up to 1,000 today, I believe, with our normal storms. Yesterday, we had quite a lightning show.
So did we. And quite the rain. Did you get the downpours? I mean, it freaking poured for like 2 hours. I mean,
yep.
It is just different down here. When you get a storm, man, you get it. I mean, windshield wipers on full blast. I took a ride 15 minutes to my buddy's house last night, and it was almost had to pull over. Couldn't see.
Yep, that's the way it is around here. It was a good rain fest. I mean, we need it again for the grass, and because we had a super dry summer last summer, and the off season we had that much rain. But No, it was much needed, and goodness gracious, there was something else. Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm going to put it as politely as I possibly can. We see you, and I'm going to leave it at "we see you."
What'd you say?
I said I'm going to leave it. I'm going to do this politely, but I'm also going to say "we see you," and those people, they know who they are. We see you.
We You mean across the network, or are you talking about something outside?
Uh, when you have to be original, we see you. That's learn,
You got it.
and figure out on your own. But we see you.
Okay. So Big Brother is watching, meaning Angel. So I wish I had a clearer thing. What you can't just say what's going on. I mean, you keep me in suspense.
That's listen. There's a lot of work to get stuff done, right? A
Oh
shit
yeah.
ton of work to get stuff done, and then you have the copy pasters, copy paste. So good luck with copy pasting this.
Okay,
Just
copy paste the show. That's great. Whatever they want to do, you know.
now, but you get
Remember, imitation is the best form of flattery, right? As they say.
exactly.
So, anyway, lots going on. British Open. Your Philadelphia soccer team had some teenager come in and 14 years old, beat up on my New England Revolution, which I didn't watch because it was only on Apple Plus, and that's the one thing I don't get, Apple Plus. But Kevin Sullivan, 14 years old, whose brother is on your Philadelphia team, became the youngest player to ever debut among all the major North American sports leagues. Angel, and right away, if you want to play this, it's right down the first cut down on my Twitter page from Front Office Sports. It's a pretty cool moment, actually. It really is. But unlike the NFL, where you have to be 18, in soccer, Angel, you can come out of the womb and go play on the
That's
pitch,
right.
as they say.
That is
But here's the deal. One young Calvin Sullivan, 14 years old. Are you freaking kidding me? But here it is. Now, can he still play on his varsity soccer team? Probably not.
I doubt it.
So he took the field last night, the pitch, as they say, for the Philadelphia Union, your Philadelphia Union, Angel.
That's right.
And whipped up on my New England Revolution 5-1. That's like worse than the United States beating Serbia 105-79. That's how bad that is. But 14 years, 293 days old, called into the senior squad for the first time last night, came on late in the second half to break the record held by Freddie Adu and a runaway 5-1 win for the Union. So the youngest American signed the largest homegrown contract in MLS history on May 9th in a deal that stipulates Sullivan, now get this, Sullivan will transfer to English Premier League power Manchester City after he turns 18. So he gets to hang around in the JV league here in the MLS, even though it's professional. And then he goes to Man City in about 3 years, little over 3 years in a few days. Unbelievable. His brother Quinn is also on the team, who scored last night as well. Let's see. Well, it's going to. He's the youngest, also younger than any player who has appeared in the NBA, NHL, NFL, WNBA, or MLB since at least 1970, according to the Elias Sports Bureau. Andrew Bynum, who debuted for the Lakers in 2005 at the age of 18 years, 6 days, holds that mark. The youngest debut in the 5 biggest soccer leagues around the world since at least 1988 was by Ethan Nwadi, who came on for Arsenal in 2022. He was 15 years, 181 days. Unbelievable. So Adu held the record to the youngest to play for the MLS senior side since he took the field for DC United against San Jose back in April of 2004. He was 14 years, 306 days. He also scored 23 goals over a club career that took him from the U.S. to Europe and back to the U.S. again, where he played for the Las Vegas Lights of the USL, whatever the hell that is. So Sullivan, this kid born in Philly to two soccer-playing parents, and he joined the Union's youth academy 4 years ago. He made his professional debut in March for the Philadelphia Union, 11 in MLS's developmental league, which I didn't even know existed. Philadelphia was not authorized to discuss details about the built-in transfer to Man City, but Sullivan confirmed to ESPN that Man City's involvement contributed to his decision to sign with his hometown club. His older brother Quinn, as they said, who's 20, he has been a first-team player since 2021. So that's a pretty good story there. That's a pretty good story for that young man, young Kevin Sullivan, 14 years old. Unbelievable. Good stuff. 727-858-6650. Also going to have an announcement coming up, a programming note at the bottom of the hour that you are going to love, starting Tuesday, July 30th. And every Tuesday, this gentleman will be joining me from 7:15 to 7:45 every single day. He is one of the top football minds in the country, and I will be talking about that at the bottom of the hour. I will tell you who.
Shucks. You don't have to make an announcement because I'm with you.
Rick Marcus says, rest in peace, Pat Williams. Yeah, Pat Williams passed away, the owner, former owner of the Orlando Magic, the first owner. I think it was 84, 94. I saw it today. 84 years old. Yep. The Magic co-founder. Spent a half century working within the NBA. Great reputation. Started his NBA career as a business manager for your Philadelphia 76ers, Angel, back in 1968. You weren't even born.
Nope.
Then had the stints as GM for the Bulls and the Hawks and the 76ers, helping the franchise win a title back in 1983. And then a few years later, he was involved in starting the process, bringing an NBA team to Orlando. The League Board of Governors granted an expansion franchise in 1987. The team began play there in 1989. So, I mean, legendary name for the Orlando Magic. So, thoughts and prayers, condolences to the Pat Williams family. What else is going on? So again, the British Open is going on today. The Open, I still call it the British Open. I don't care. At Troon in Scotland. Bangers and hash, Angel.
Oh, yeah?
Bangers and hash.
Is it? Okay. I
Sounds
know.
like a sexual position, but no. It's actually, I've had bangers and hash.
That's almost like Q yesterday.
Not bangers and hash, bangers and hash.
No, that's true. I've heard the other term. That's like Q yesterday. Q, it was towards the close of the show, and he was talking about he's anal, and then I had to explain. He goes, not that way. I'm just talking about how, as far as I am,
Hey, retentive. Yeah, you got to be. You've got like ADD. You want to.
Correct.
Be perfect.
Right.
If I see a spot over here, I got to rub the whole thing. I get that. Yeah. No question. Point taken. 10:10 a.m. is when Scotty Scheffler will tee off with Jordan Spieth and Cameron Young at the Open. Eastern, again, I know people listening around the world and around the country. When I speak time zones, I specifically it's Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
So Eastern Standard Time is when, and I did put $10 on Scotty Scheffler. He's the odds-on favorite at plus 550. So $10 wins me back 55. I can't go against them. Is it?
I know. I don't think it is. But what is it like when they go out there every single year? It seems like it's like cold and rain.
Well, that's the UK, and again, the British Open. It can be in St. Andrews. It could be in England. It could be in Scotland. It could be anywhere in the UK. So I'm not sure the last time it was at Troon in Scotland. Let me see. As we're talking about. By the way, Tiger Woods will be with good friends Andrew Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay. He tees off at 9:37 a.m. And then Scheffler not too long after that. So the Claret Jug is the big trophy. The Claret Jug, as they call it.
Yeah. Good to know.
Yeah. I'm not sure the details of how many, but it's shitty weather. I mean, you're going to get wind and rain there, a big chunk of this tournament. I just hope it doesn't get called off. I've been watching it this morning since I got up at 5 o'clock. I've been up since 5 a.m. and turned it on right away. And I will give you updates all day long, or all show long, I should say. And hopefully everybody listening, all the other shows, I'm sure as well, keep the leaderboard up. I say this, just keep the leaderboard up, and every 15 minutes, just update. You don't have to go through every score, just the top four, something like that. So Alex Noren, again, Nikolai Hojgaard, hope I'm saying that right. 2 under. Justin Rose, him, he's 2 under. Chris Kirk, 2 under. Maverick McNeely. Sounds like a name out of the Waltons. Maverick McNeely. I don't know him. He's 2 under. And MK Kim is also 2 under. So that's your leaderboard update for now. We got a lot. SEC Media Day concluded yesterday. We're going to get some sound from that. Angel, that's Total Sports Prep. Once again, let me just tell you about Total Sports Prep as long as I'm talking about it. They did a great job again yesterday getting all the sound that's great for this show. And again, a lot of the stuff that they have, I try to play the video clips as often as possible because the video platform makes it seem a little more cool. But some of the stuff, I can't find every video. So we'll play as much video as we can. But the video that we can't play, we will have the audio for you as well. So Total Sports Prep. For the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. The staff continues through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, the name says it all. All right, Angel, I wanted to punch this up. I want people to see this. It's on my Twitter page. If you scroll down, I saw an interesting thing by Dov Kleiman, who's fantastic. And it's how the big 4 U.S. sports, the 4 majors, meaning the NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL, how the big 4 U.S. sports league make their money. Just so you can see it at home. And those of you, if you're listening on the app, on the audio, we appreciate that.
Hang on.
Rick says 400 Sticks here in Tampa, along with John Waite this Saturday, Mid-Florida Credit Union Arena. See you there, Pete. Well, I've seen Foreigner and Sticks in Kansas together at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. I don't know, 15 years ago. It was fantastic. It was a 3-hour show, and what was great about it back then is they only they took about, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 minutes to switch sets for every band. It was fantastic. Now, my good friends Dave and Jim were out in I think West Palm Beach area a couple nights ago. They saw Loverboy and Sammy Hagar. And Mike Reno had gained a few pounds. And I've told you the story in the past. I got to play golf with Mike Reno way back about 30 years ago with him, the lead singer of Survivor, who's no longer with us, the lead singer of Orleans, still, which I don't remember his name either. But Mike was hysterical. And he looked like he was like 500 pounds on stage. But can still bring it. Can absolutely still bring it. I guess it was a great show as well. But that's a great show, Rick. Foreigner and Sticks, yes, in Tampa. And I think Dennis DeYoung is back with them, and what's the other guy? Tommy Shaw. Dennis DeYoung and Tommy Shaw. I think they're both back together. When we saw them years ago, they were still in that little tiff. They were having a little, cat fight. And I think it was just Dennis DeYoung that was there that night. But the rest of the band was there. And they were all, Foreigner, Sticks in Kansas. That was a fantastic show. So enjoy it if you're going there in Tampa. How far is Credit Union Arena from you, Angel?
I would say like 35, 40 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. Depending on the traffic, if it's really, really because of where it's located, it's right in the mecca of the 270 or 75.
Yeah,
heading towards I-4. It's just where it is just a freaking mess. But yeah,
I say no. It's so funny to me that arenas. Our Hertz Arena here, not 10 minutes from us in Estero, where the Everblades play, and there's a lot of they have a lot of great concerts, and they have a lot of gatherings and stuff like that. Traffic getting in over there, getting out of the arena is not too bad. They do a pretty good job, and you're kind of right near the highway. The only other stadium, I haven't been to every single stadium and every arena, but I think the easiest, at least from a football side, to get out of has got to be MetLife, right off the Jersey Pike, where the Giants and the Jets play, because it's right there. Otherwise, when you go to a football game, it's basically a 10-hour day. You got to get there 3 hours before, a 3-hour game, and count on 2 to 3 hours afterwards. So it's like an 8 to 10-hour day. It is a commitment. When you have season tickets to college and NFL games, it is a commitment. So before any of you newbies out there, and it doesn't matter. If your team really sucks, like when the Patriots were really, really bad in the late 80s, early 90s, you're only averaging like 25,000 people. That's different. But nowadays, even if your team sucks, you're still going to get like 40,000 people minimum, between 40 and 80,000 in most stadiums. So it's a 10-hour day, no matter how no matter how you slice it. And speaking of the NFL, so Dov Kleiman posted a pretty cool thing today about the four majors: NFL, MLB. It's on, and you can see it on the screen, NBA and NHL, and it's about how it breaks down how the four U.S. sports leagues make their money. So let's begin at the top with the NFL. 66% comes from national TV media. 66%. Now, the net revenue of 2023 for the NFL, $18.7 billion. 66% of that, national TV and the media. And this is all in order, and you can follow along on your screen. Follow the bouncing ball. 17% ticket sales, 10% team sponsors, only 6% through concessions and parking, even though it's freaking outrageous what they charge nowadays, not only for parking. It's like $50 minimum in most stadiums, $50 to $100. Sometimes it's more than the ticket. And 1% for local TV and media. So 6% concessions, and yet there's still, because a lot of that revenue goes to the concession company. It's Aramac or whatever it is. That's why they can charge $15 for a beer. Oh, get this, Angel. So my friends Dave and Jim at the concert the other night, the Loverboy, Sammy Hagar thing.
Right. 2
drinks, and it was just a what are the vodka drinks in the bottle? What do you call those in the cans? There's like 5% alcohol. It's like vodka. It's all basically it's a glorified wine cooler, but it's vodka.
Right.
And 2 of those, I believe, were, guess how much for 2?
For 2, I go $50.
Close. 46. $46 for 2 of those stupid. I was like, that's just not right. That's just terrible. That's just terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just freaking. It's really, so. What's the bartender tell you? By the way, you can keep the can. It's not even.
Well, it's not. It's just it is what it is. They don't. And then they expect a tip.
Yeah.
For what? Get the can. We're going to tip 20% on 2. No way.
No.
Sorry. Here's a couple of bucks. Thanks for the effort. Okay, so moving on. So NFL, $18.7 billion in revenue in 2023. Major League Baseball, next up at $10.9 billion. 31%. Now look at the difference. 31% of their revenue comes from ticket sales, as opposed to 66% from national TV. So also back to baseball, 31% ticket sales, 26% national TV media, 23% local TV media, 10% team sponsors, and 10% concessions and parking. So very, very interesting. National TV media, only 26% for MLB, 66% for Major League Baseball. For the NFL. Pretty significant. Let's move along to the NBA, which is also $10.9 billion. 41% of their profits come from national TV media. You just saw the big deal they signed the other day, or it's about to be official, $78.6 billion. 26% come from ticket sales, 13% local TV media, 12% from team sponsors, and 8% from concessions and parking. And again, you understand the local TV media for the NFL is only 1%. Why? Because there is no NBC Sports Philadelphia. There is no NESN. There is no SNY. There is no, WGN. It's the national show.
Yep.
So that's why it's all CBS, Fox, NBC, Amazon, Netflix. I can't believe. Remember when it was just CBS and it used to be just CBS and NBC. That's it. That's it. That's all it was back in the day. Back in my day, in the 70s and early, it was just CBS and NBC. And the only thing I remember what was crazy. Remember when they switched AFC and NFC switched networks? Because the AFC used to be on NBC for many, many, many years. And CBS had the NFC. It was always that way. And it always was. You usually had a Cowboy game, no matter what market you went in, usually, unless your local team was playing. And it wasn't blacked out. They had blackouts back then. If your team didn't sell out and you were at home, and I'm sure it didn't happen in Philadelphia all that much, but I bet it did occasionally. It sure as hell did in New England. And if there's only like 2,000 or 3,000 seats left, how it works is usually the local TV station would buy up the tickets because they make that back in advertisement. That happened a lot back in the day with a lot of stadiums that didn't sell out. Now you don't need to sell out. There's no more blackout restrictions. So that's what gives you. But you remember, Angel, before we go to break, that, you're a teenager, you're doing, and all you can think about, you think about NFL all day, but then what happens when you're high school years, you got homework to do. So whenever Pat Summerall came on at about 10 of 7, whoever Dallas was beating at the time, usually, or the Giants, one of those two was usually on, at least in my market, if the Patriots weren't playing. And you hear Pat Summerall say, I used to get a pit in my stomach because I knew it was time to do homework. And coming up next, 60 Minutes on the East Coast, followed by Murder, she wrote. And that was like the big alarm, like, oh shit, now I gotta do 4 hours worth of homework or 3 hours worth of homework, whatever it was. It's already 7 o'clock, so I know I'm not getting bed to 10. They didn't have the Sunday night games back then, so that was a plus. Still, but when Pat Summerall said those magic words, coming up next, 60 Minutes on the East Coast, parentheses, will air on delay on the West Coast, and then Murder, big pause, she wrote. Always something. And then going to the National Hockey League at $6.8 billion, 44% of their revenue, ticket sales, 19% national TV media, 14% team sponsors, 12% concessions and parking, and 11% local TV media. Because, MLB and NBA and the NHL, you're getting that local revenue. You're having your flagship station, whether it's NESN, NBC Sports Philadelphia, or wherever you are around Bally, whatever it is, you need that local revenue. The NFL, obviously, you don't. I do find concessions and parking in all four, 6% in the NFL, 10% for Major League Baseball, 8% for the NBA, and 12% for the NHL. So anyway, go ahead.
That seems kind of low, though, because you get most places, like in Philly before, you paid, again, throwing it back, was $5. 5 jumped to 10, 10 jumped to 20, and now the 20 jumped to 40. In some lots, you end up paying like friggin' $60. And then you mentioned the
100, usually 100. I'm telling you, the Miami, Florida game, I'm going to Gainesville, August 31st. My buddies wanted to tailgate in the parking lot because they go to every Miami game. I go to some, but I've never been to the Swamp before. So they had planned on going to the parking lot and tailgating. No, most of the lots are charging $1,000.
That's insane.
So $1,000. I mean, are you kidding me? So we got Miami Hurricanes. You got a Miami Hurricanes watch, not a watch party, but party with all the Hurricane fans up in Gainesville in one of the areas right close to the field. So we eat and drink for free, not for free because I think we paid $100 for those tailgating seat. But you know what I'm talking about. And every stadium has that. No matter who you're playing around the country, they'll have the opposing team. There's always a way to hang out with the fans of the team. But $1,000 to park. I mean, you got to be shitting me. I mean, it's freaking illegal. Should be freaking illegal. Anyway, quick break. When we come back, I have a pretty big announcement going to share with everybody coming up here on the Pete Shepherd Show starting in late July. I'll give you all the details on that. Coming up at 9:05, Chris Price from the Boston Globe will discuss NFL/Patriots, that kind of stuff at camp, on all things NFL. And then Chris Palin at 9:30 from the Florida Everblades, one of the chief executives. Mucky Muck's up there doing a great job. Good friend. And we'll discuss a new affiliation that the Everblades have now with the St. Louis Blues. They've also signed a couple of new players. The back-to-back-to-back three-time ECHL Kelly Cup champions. Is it possible they can make it 4 in a row? My goodness. We'll see. We'll see. It's all part of the Pete Shepard Show right here on a Thursday on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, iontp.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey. Why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him in the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't spaz out because your team lost. Let Pete do it for you. Now, back to the Pete Shepherd Show.
Yeah, the theme of the day is right in the lumberyard. As the Open continues. And not so beautiful, true Scotland. Have to deal with my bad Scottish accent all day. So, updating everybody, Alex Noren from Sweden is atop the leaderboard at 2 under, along with Nikolai Holgaard, Justin Rose, Justin Thomas, who's just, and by the way, Noren, Holgaard, and Justin Rose are all in the clubhouse already at 2 under on 7, heading to 18. Justin Thomas is at 2 under, tied for leads, as Chris Kirk is on 14 now, and Maverick McNeely. Was he on Mr. Rogers? No, that was Mr. Wasn't Mr. McNeely? Was that the mailman on Mr. Rogers back in the day? Yeah. 2 under. MK Kim is 2 under, and Scotland's Sam Hutsby is also 2 under. So there you have it. There's your Open, British Open / update, courtesy of me, and you'll get updates across the day. Rick says, let's get back to baseball. Yeah, one more day for most teams. A couple teams are waiting until Saturday. Minnesota and I forget who else is not playing until Saturday. But tomorrow, yes, we are back. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I know my Red Sox have to go to the Dodgers and go to L.A. and start with a pissed-off Dodger team because they were reeling heading into the break before the All-Star game. Okay, the announcement, this is really cool. I know a lot of you will know this name, and if you don't, I suggest you become familiar with it because you will not find a keener mind in the game of football. And I'm talking college and pro. There isn't anybody that knows the game more than this guy, and he will be joining me on the Pete Shepherd Show from 7:15 until 7:45, starting on Tuesday, July 30th. The one and only, I got to get my applause thing ready. The one and only Chris Landry will be joining the program. You've heard me when I was over at ESPN Southwest Florida. You heard Craig and I interview him. He'd always come on very generous once a year with a lot of stations promoting everything that he does. If you go to LandryFootball.com, and his Twitter handle is @LandryFootball. He's a veteran college and NFL coach, scout, administrator, consultant to a lot of NFL teams. And I know a lot of the history behind this guy that I cannot reveal. When I tell you some of the top names in the business refer to this man, I'm telling you, the best of the best in college and pros. So think of the names out there, past and present. This guy is a major consultant to everybody around the NFL and in college football. He's also part of the Landry Football Podcast and LandryFootball.com. And if you go to LandryFootball.com, you can check out all of this stuff. Some of it you got to pay for because it is really top-notch stuff. But he's got a lot of free stuff out there. He's such a nice gentleman, located in a big LSU guy from Baton Rouge. He's just a great guy. His knowledge about football is through the roof, and but it's also fun. It's not going to all be X's and O's. But this guy, you talk about, you start saying, who's the third string linebacker at Auburn? He's going to tell you, and he's going to go in depth detail about it. I mean, if you look on his site, the stuff that he has at LandryFootball.com, Scout's Notebook. I mean, and it is massive. It is I don't know how he puts all the information together. I mean, I've asked him this before. You talk about a process. It is a process. And this guy is a major football mind. So I'm so happy and so proud that he is coming on board with me. Finally, we worked out a lot of the details and the sponsorship, which I'll get to in a couple. We will tell you exactly what's going to happen. We've got a big new sponsor coming on board that's going to be huge for all of us here at the network. And Angel, it seems like they're sort of knocking down the doors. But when you talk to Chris, and you'll be part of it, I mean, when you'll hear him and get to ask him whatever too, he's just amazing. He's absolutely amazing. He's a fun guy.
Let's not forget that we had him on not too long ago.
Yes, we did. He was on with us back in, I want to say March or April.
In April.
It was in April, right before the draft. Yes.
Yeah, it was tons of fun. You're right, because he had so much knowledge. I mean, the guy is terrific, but we had a good time with him. We did.
Oh no, he's great. Yeah, he's fun. He's a fun guy. He's not all. It's not like he's
all business, right?
All business. No. It's just awesome. So Chris Landry going to start with us, starting once a week. And me, I'm hoping it goes to twice a week. But we're going to start, baby steps. Start once a week with Chris. Coming up on July 30th from 7:15 a.m. until 7:30 a.m. I'm sorry, it's not 7:30. It's just 7:45, half hour, whatever. It's not 7:30. I mean, he'll be joining us from 7:15 to about 7:45 every single Tuesday, starting on July 30th. My sister's birthday, by the way.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So Andrea, happy birthday. Meanwhile, speaking of college football, Angel, I'm going to ask you to, if you can go on the ESPN page under NCAA football. You'll probably have, and you'll see about Billy Napier. There's a story all the way down, not all the way down, about the fourth story down on ESPN's page. I know we're going to have to play a video, but I wanted you to hear this because I watched this live yesterday. He was Billy Napier, who's under tremendous amount of pressure this year, as is the Gators, with the toughest schedule in the country. Not just saying it again for the millionth time, but it's been proven by ESPN Analytics and others, the toughest schedule. So anyway, Billy Napier joined SEC Now. I talked about some of the key players. So you Gator fans out there, if you missed it yesterday, this is pretty cool on SEC Now. I think with Benjamin Watson and a few other guys. So whenever you're ready, Angel, we can fire that up. I don't know if you found it yet or not.
Not yet. Hold on.
It's like the fourth story down on the NCAAF on ESPN's page. Florida's Billy Napier joining SEC Now and explains its new offensive look and the key players from the transfer portal. You see it?
Gators Napier. Put on.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, the Coastal Sports Video Network video platform. Follow me at Twitter X at PShep326. I see all you guys, a bunch of people, hundreds of people already, which is great. My blue check mark is back because it was taken from me because I changed my little profile picture. Apparently, that goes against MI6 regulations. Follow us on my Facebook page, which you can't get to today. I got to fix that. Because we have a bit of a new setup here. So my Facebook page, it'll be back tomorrow, I promise. But other Facebook pages have it. SR1029 The Game, Ion TB, CSN Florida. I'm going to check that out. Rumble, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, YouTube, and always call or text the show at 727-858-6650. So, did you find it, Angel?
Yeah, it's. I don't know if it's just a ton of people watching. Excuse me, watching. It's taking its sweet time to come over. So I finally got it, but goodness gracious.
It's all right. All right. So this is pretty good. It's about 3 minutes, but I want you to hear all this and all the Gator fans out there and what Florida has to go, what went through. This is some really good stuff from Billy Napier from the Florida Gators on ESPN and SEC Now yesterday.
He proved.
Come on. This is what I was talking about. It was doing this. So give it a second.
Yep.
Proved himself on the field last year.
That's the beginning. No, we want to.
Yeah. No, it's like I said. It has to do with me. It's Howard.
What
there we go.
Did was he proved himself on the field last year.
You got it.
With the way he competed, the toughness, the grit, the way he prepared to play. And I think he really set an example in our building how to prepare. The way he started this offseason is completely different than last. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns. He was trying to establish himself with a new team, new staff, and then he came back with a purpose. He's got middle round grades and he's trying to improve that, but it was more about that. I think he wants to pay back Florida for really helping him reestablish himself as one of the better quarterbacks in the country. So it's his team, and he's earned their respect, and he has worked that way. He's had purpose. He's had a great offseason, and I'm extremely proud of him. It's one of the best things. It is the top of the list. Best thing that's happened to Florida football this offseason.
We saw the graphic, and obviously, if you know football, you know Ricky Pearsall is a heck of a player. Trey, I think we all think really highly of. We know he's going to be an absolute stub. He added a few pieces as well. Jameer from Wisconsin, who's got some familiarity with Graham, and also Elijah Badger from Arizona State. Talk about some of those guys and the impact that they possibly could make next year.
Well, we're fortunate that Khalil Jackson's back, and he had quite a bit of production, played a big role in our team last year. He's had a great offseason. Chim DK has been really impressive. We had him during the spring. He's a team captain at Wisconsin, so a lot of production, but also a leadership, kind of a consistency element there. He's impressive, has a voice on our team. He's done a great job, and he's fast. I mean, he ran 10.8 in high school. He's even better than I thought. I think we took Chim. And then he's proven he's got a chance to have a really productive year. So Badger just got there this summer. Still learning the system, still getting adjusted to expectations and culture, but he's certainly talented, 1,500 yards. I'm excited about kind of this second tier of receivers that maybe haven't had the production, the Marcus Burks of the world. I do think that Aiden Mizell, TJ Abrams, Tank Hawkins, there's an inventory of young talent there that we recruited that I think is emerging and had a great offseason. They're getting ready for their opportunity this fall.
Coach, where's the biggest area of opportunity for growth for Graham this year compared to last year?
Well, I think if you look at the season, we go through everything in each offseason. I think we're trying to get him to take advantage and be aggressive of some of the down-the-field opportunities. And I think if you look at the film closely, there were some opportunities, right? So, again, it goes back to the context, right? Graham's issue was turning the ball over, right? He had issues managing the game, those types of things. We cleaned that up. Now it's time to kind of that tempered aggression, take your chances when you get opportunities. So we've got the weapons to do it, and I think he's in position to have a great year.
All right, that's some great stuff there. Thanks to SEC Now yesterday. Billy Napier, head coach of the Florida Gators, and talking a lot about Graham Mertz there, the transfer from Wisconsin, and the numbers really are unbelievable when you think about where he was at Wisconsin and where he is now at Florida, and improved his completion percentage by a staggering 15% from last year, and finishing just under 73%. Think about that, under 73% completion percentage. That is the best in the SEC, and was third overall in the country. Pretty impressive coming from Wisconsin. Again, they have the toughest schedule in the country, including in-state rivals, obviously Miami, Florida State, and UCF. So that's some great stuff. He finished last year with the Gators, setting a few program records, most consecutive passes without an incompletion. I'll get to that number, Angel. Consecutive passes completed, 19, and a completion percentage, as I said, just about 73%, 72.9. I forgot about this, and now it's jarring my memory. But last year, he finished, set a record, most consecutive passes without an interception. Guess how many he threw before throwing a pick?
Last year, I'll go with...
Last year. Consecutive completions without an interception.
I'll go with 35.
No, consecutive passes without an interception, not completion. The consecutive pass completions record was 19, which he set. Throwing consecutive passes without an interception. Guess how many? It's over 100.
Holy crap. All right, so let's go 150.
239.
Goodness.
239 consecutive passes without an interception. I mean, those are like Tom Brady type numbers and Peyton Manning type numbers back in the day. 239 consecutive passes without an interception. That is absolutely unbelievable. Angel, if you're still on that same page, I hope you are. I hope you are. I want you to scroll down a couple of stories as well. And this is another segment from SEC with Media Day winding down, or Media Week winding down today, with a few more coaches speaking to, which I'll get to in a minute. I do want to let you hear it. So it's so funny to see Nick Saban on the panel as a media guy on SEC Now. And I want you to hear from Alabama's Kalen DeBoer, the new head coach of Alabama, speaking with Nick Saban about the attitude of the players instilled by Nick Saban as the Nula Crimson try to stay atop the SEC. You see that one? You see that story, Angel? It's like it's like two stories down below what we just played. The headline says Alabama's Booker, Jalen Milroe can go to a new level under DeBoer. And then it has Coach DeBoer and former Coach Saban, and they have a nice discussion yesterday. I think you'll appreciate. All football fans will. You see what I'm talking about? Yes, that's it. You got it. Right. You got it. Might have to get the commercial out of the way again. Yeah. So, again, shout out while Angel's getting that ready. As I said, the big announcement, in case you missed it, the one and only Chris Landry is going to be joining us every Tuesday starting on July 30th here on the Pete Shepherd Show from about 7:15 to 7:45, 7:40, 7:45 every single day. Not every single day, every single Tuesday starting. And you want to check out his stuff at LandryFootball.com just to get an idea of what this guy is all about. An absolute great guy and a savant when it comes to NFL and college football. He has been a consultant to many great coaches and franchises, NFL and college. Just think about all the top people and all the top names, and you'll get the idea of how respected that this guy is. And we're so happy to have him on a regular basis for now, at least once a week, starting July 30th on Tuesday. Okay, here it is. Yesterday, Nick Saban and Kalen DeBoer conversing about Alabama
what
football.
Was it like, and how has it been for you in your communication with Coach Saban in terms of handling the program and frankly, utilizing the resources that he has?
Yeah, well, I can't say enough about how Coach has just been so gracious in time. Anytime I've ever picked up the phone and given him a call. I think there was one time he didn't answer, but then within about 30 seconds, I think he called me back. So just knowing Coach, he's busy. He's a busy man. Yeah. But, I think there's that balance. And he knows that the facility is always open to him, and I want him to always feel welcome to come back to the place that he's put so much time into. But he's just been great in trying to let it also be ours, and the respect that he's had for our staff. And it doesn't need to be that way, and it's just been awesome having a resource. I know he's worked with multiple staff of ours that have come over to his office and had some conversations, and just the sharing of knowledge, whether it's our program or the game itself of football and where it's headed and what he's learned. Just an amazing resource to have right there in Tuscaloosa.
Let me share something else with you. All right, I'm never going to criticize you. Roman, defensive back, never going to criticize you. McElroy, on the other hand, he thinks he should be calling the plays.
I will,
so if you don't call the plays like he wants to, it's going to be
not enough throws, in my opinion. Need some more throws.
We're on good terms right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, you haven't played a game yet, Coach. You haven't played a game yet. Unreal. It's tough. It's tough.
In the time that you've got there, obviously, transition's hard. College football this day and age is drastically different than it has ever been. Yet you managed to hit the ground running. You managed to keep some kids in Tuscaloosa. And I know some left, but you managed to keep some there. Even brought one back, right, in Caden Proctor. And you've recruited high school really, really well. How have you hit the ground running the way you have?
Well, I think it goes again back to Coach Saban and a lot of the things that were instilled in the guys in this program, and there's a deep belief, and guys like Jalen Milroe, Malachi Moore, Tyler Booker, they're the epitome of guys that believe in themselves, believe in the guys that are here. Want this program to continue to be on the greatness and the trajectory it's been on for many years. Coach just has instilled that culture of just excellence, of high expectations, but also just more importantly, what it takes to get there. And so the work is the work. And these guys have been putting in the work on another level. I have an appreciation, I've heard in the media session, to the competitiveness that I've seen. And it supports the goals that they have. The action is supportive of the goals. And so these guys are just putting in the work every single day. They're competing against each other, but they're also understanding that, when they do their things against each other, they're still on the same team as they fight for positions, whether it's starter or offense versus defense, whatever it may be.
All right, thanks, and great stuff. Absolute great stuff from there. And we'll update you on the rest of SEC Media Week as it concludes today. First time in Dallas at the Omni Hotel. We had Mia O'Brien on yesterday. She did a great job. I saw her a couple times yesterday during the press conference. Right when we got off the air at 10 or right before 10, the press conference had started, and I was glued for a couple hours to it. I'm so excited about college football, and we are so close, in the NFL and everything else. And now that Chris Landry is going to be joining us as well from Louisiana. And by the way, LSU, before we go to break, speaking of LSU and Chris Landry, the Tigers got the 5th and most high-profile commitment of the month yesterday. It actually happened last night. Incredibly beat out by Miami Hurricanes, which hasn't been easy to do. I'm not just saying that lately. And Oregon for the pledge of 5-star athlete DJ Pickett, number 14 overall in the ESPN 300 rankings. He's a two-way star from, where is this in Florida? Zephyrhills?
Zephyrhills.
Yeah, where's that?
My neck of the woods, up there by Wesley Chapel.
Wow. Okay.
You have your water?
Yeah, he went to that high school. He went to Zephyrhills High School. 6'3", 170-pound prospect, top-ranked athlete in the 2025 class, and number 2 recruit from the state of Florida in that cycle. And that is saying a lot. It really is. So between Pickett, number 1 quarterback Bryce Underwood, and number 1 running back Harlan Berry, Brian Kelly, and LSU, Tigers now pledged from the top prospect in 3 different position groups in the current cycle. There's a lot of people, not that they're down on LSU, but it's this year anyway. I think it's going to be tough for them to sneak into the college football playoff because everybody else is so good. And next year will probably be the time where you're going to see LSU start to rise again under Brian Kelly. But we'll see. But a great recruiting class there. All right, let me come back. Go ahead.
I'm going to need 6 interns because it's going to be so crazy busy here on the network between college and the NFL season. I'm going to have to at least load up 4 or 5 other monitors here in the studio. So they can you take that note, because it's going to be nuts. And by the way, for those 2 other things as well, Ion TV, we're powered by Ion Tampa Bay. Visit iontampabay.com. In your locals, I-75 had cleared the planned construction, which was in Columbia County, I-75 North, before a mile mark of 433. The 2 right lanes are blocked. So that'll be cleared up shortly. Also, a vehicle fire on Lee County I-75 North ramp to exit 139. This was over an hour ago on Luckett Road, which is County Road 180. The ramp blocked. That apparently has been clear. So if you're in the area, I-4, 589, 275, Howard, Gandy, all clear for the moment. Route 19, of course, that everybody loves to drive like complete maniacs. Don't forget iontampa.com and follow him on X as well. And for those who are tuning in, please do not forget to download the all-new digital sports radio app directly from the website, sr1029thegame.com. It is right from the website. Don't download it from the store. If you download it from the store, you're never going to hear anything because it's the old ones. This is brand new. I just launched it last week. Make sure you guys download it from there so you won't miss Chris Landry. You guys won't miss us. You'll miss the entire lineup of shows here. So as the network continues to grow and evolve, please download the brand new digital sports app. Pete, take it away.
Now, speaking of I-75, as of course I-75 runs all the way, from my end to where you are.
Yep.
At mile marker 138 this morning, if I remember my Wink News, a little update there, and all the stations go down. I just picked Wink today. Friends at ABC, Fox, and everything. They all do a great job. CBS. At mile marker 138, that was a doozy this morning around here. All I saw was about 4 trucks. I don't know. Multi-car vehicles. I know the exit was blocked, so I'm sure that screwed everything up. At mile marker 138, I think it was I-75 south. I think I could be wrong. South or north at mile marker 138, you were screwed this morning if you're headed that way. Anyway, hopefully it's cleared up. All right, quick break. When we get back, more reaction. Another British Open update from Troon in Scotland. Bagels and hash on the way, meaning more college football. And yes, Gordon Ramsay would be proud of me. It's raw. It's raw.
But by the way, did you see there was a promo of, I don't know what show it was, but he was playing soccer?
Gordon was going to be a professional soccer player.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He was a great soccer player. He played, I think he was going to go to Man City. Yeah, if you look up, and then he got, he wrecked his ankle or knee. I forget what injury he had, real bad. But a lot of time, all the shows that I've seen him over, my lifetime, whenever he can, he plays soccer with the kids. I've seen him do other shows around the world, other countries, and they ask him to join in soccer games. And, he's not going all out balls to the wall, but you can tell the skill was there. I mean, he was a tremendous soccer player. He was ready to, that's when he decided to be a chef, is when he couldn't play anymore. Or really take it to the next level when he couldn't play anymore. So it's just, a lot of people don't realize in soccer stories in this way. I mean, it's kind of tragic he couldn't play anymore, but I think the world is better off him being a chef. And same thing, on great opera singer Andrea Bocelli. He went blind. He wasn't born that way. He got hit in the head by a soccer ball when he was like 12 years old, and he went blind. It wasn't like he was born that way. And obviously one of the great, great singers of all time.
You would think that's crazy, though. You would think a baseball would do that kind of damage versus a soccer ball.
Yeah, well, some of these soccer leagues, some of you coaches out there, feel free to correct me. They won't let you do headers up until you're a certain age anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of leagues are instilling that rule. Don't do it. I remember there was a rule in hockey in Rhode Island one time, high school hockey, for a time. I don't think it exists anymore. They would not let you check in the offensive zone. It was ridiculous. I mean, you're taking away a big part of the. I mean, you could poke check and everything, but you weren't allowed to hit anybody in the offensive zone. You had to wait till they crossed the blue line. So that kind of stuff. Yeah. So again, more fun facts you learn from me.
Yes.
Here we go. All right, quick break, Angel, and when we come back, more highlights from SEC Media Day yesterday. NFL camp news as well. Christopher Price, speaking of NFL camps from the Boston Globe, will join me at 9:05. Then Chris Palin from the Florida Everblades at 9:30 a.m. We'll talk about some signings that the Everblades have had, and of course their new affiliation with the St. Louis Blues. Please don't play Gloria at Hertz Arena. Please do not play that song.
I'm requesting it right now.
No, you're not. What a break. Get out of here. Back after this.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick, and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The Pete Shepherd Show. It's fun for the whole family, if it's dysfunctional.
Yeah. It's sort of dysfunctional time to time, but that's okay. We function. Therefore we are. Anyway, welcome back to the Pete Shepherd Show. Glad to have you on board. And man, we got the video platform, Angel, today is already, it's heating up. I'm glad that my blue check mark back on Twitter helps, but we're kicking ass and taking names, Angel. And again, before we get back into, we're going to get to, and I'll prep you for this. We're going to get to the cuts from college football on Total Sports Prep. We're going to play a lot of those, Angel. Mm-hmm. But tell everybody again what is happening here, and also let's not forget what's going on. As you said, SR1029thegame.com. All the scheduled shows are there, and you have it broken down by every single day. I cannot tell you how proud I am of what you have done, what you've been able to accomplish in really such a short period of time. Everything is right there in apple pie order, as we like to say in the biz. So everything's right there, but go ahead. You take it away.
Yeah. I literally took myself away there for a second.
Well, beam back, will you? Come on, Scotty.
No, thanks, Pete.
I have 30 minutes. I've got to have 30 minutes to restart the engines.
and do you add, what's the other movie?
I can't change the law of physics, Captain.
For those who are tuning in for the first time, we appreciate you guys are tuning in for the first time, as always. But as you guys can see up there on the screen, always you will see on our banner is the SR1029thegame.com. That is the website. If it comes up under broadscsouth.com, they're both in the same as they are the company here at Broad Street South and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, along with Coastal Sports Network. But you guys go to the website, what you will see is what you will see also on the app, meaning you guys can see up on the screen. If you're listening on the station, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But you can see the show live on air. Also, in the corner up here, you guys will end up seeing that it'll say show chat. You can actually make your live comments right there as well. You can also text the show from the app. You can also call the show from the app. You will see the lineup of shows that we have as well on the schedule. What's today, what's coming up tomorrow. If you guys have missed it, we also have Pat Gilroy and his fiancee, Kat. They're on the network as well now with their podcast, Let's Chat with Kat and Pat. It was a good one. You guys missed it. It'll replay later on today. On top of, right below where you guys can see I'm hovering around, that is where you download the app. And it is compatible for every device you own in your home. Meaning, if you have an Apple, Android, MacBook, iPad, tablet, PC, you can download the app from there and it'll give you the entire lineup of everything that we do here at Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. More importantly, at the Coastal Sports Network. It is not available yet on the app stores. This is why I say to you guys that if you're looking for it on the app store, you will find the old app that no longer works. It takes about 4 months for these things to be publicized over to the app stores. Therefore, I made it super convenient. You guys can download the app directly from the website. Also, when you download it, simple instructions to follow. It's very simple. Activate the notifications. I do not send out, and for those who have the app right now, you guys know I say this, and it's absolutely truth. I do not do mass blasting notifications. It would have to be something breaking or something that changed on the lineup of the show, because I know you guys get enough notifications during the day, so I do not inundate you guys with notifications. Across the top bar, you guys can see the different tabs that we have up there. If you watch our Wednesday night show, like last night, for example, if I switch over to the Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game tab, what you will see, again, is the live show that you guys see right now, Talking Hoops, which was a major hit last night. And on top of that, if you break down the column of the shows, if you hover over the host name or the co-host or producer, you guys will go directly out to their social handles. So when I mean I make everything super convenient for you guys, I mean that in the most sincere way. The social medias are up top, and you guys can also go to our RSS feed, meaning that you can download the past shows right from there as well, which is loaded on every audio platform available. And of course, if you scroll through the rest of the website, you will see the Orlando Predators. Our season is over. The AFL Bowl Championship will happen this weekend up in Jersey. So I'll be back with the Predators next year. I've been very fortunate. They welcomed me back already for the upcoming season. You guys see the Predators Prowlers Dancers. The calendar is coming soon. That will be up on the website. And if you want to save a ton of money on your cable bill, click on that link. You must. You guys will love that service. I've had it in my home now for the last 3 years, and I've really enjoyed it. So just download the app. That's all we ask you. It doesn't cost you a thing. It doesn't cost you a dime, right?
Nothing.
Absolutely free. You guys will enjoy it.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Download it. It's absolutely free. Doesn't cost you anything. Seriously.
From the very beginning. No, thank you. So after this show today, Martinez and Company coming up right after this show. We'll end it right before 10, maybe 10 minutes early, so you can get set up, because you do need a break. If nothing else, you got to have some Cheerios or Fruit Loops or whatever. Miss Debbie is preparing for you. So Martinez and Company, again, 10 to noon. After that, Middays with Q from noon to 2 p.m. And everybody's just doing a great job. And then today, from 2:30 to 3:30, the Marshall Time podcast with Jonathan and Josh Marshall. So that is just great stuff. In case you missed my big announcement last hour, Chris Landry is going to be joining the program every Tuesday from 7:15 to 7:45, starting on July 30th, that Tuesday. You will not find a better mind, a knowledgeable person in all of the football world, whether it be college or pro. Amazing. And check him out as well. Check him out on his webpage at LandryFootball.com. His Twitter handle is at LandryFootball, ANDRY football. and you will see LandryFootball.com. And I highly recommend any type of football savant. And even if you are, getting into fantasy football, he doesn't do a lot of fantasy football numbers, but what the research he shows you is how, there are certain players and certain trends and everything else. If you're really, really like crazy fantasy football, you can see where players are headed. And in the NFL and in college football, he's been a major consultant to a whole bunch of NFL teams and college football programs, the biggest names possible. He's been consulting over many years here, and the stuff that he puts together on his webpage, highly recommended.
Yep. The football mind that he has was incredible because, like I said, when he was on the show with us, I mean, he could probably head to Starbucks, go get his favorite coffee, send like half of his body out to do, multitasking. He was talking to us because if I remember correctly too, that day he was on the show, he was not only talking to us, he was also on his computer taking care of other stuff as well. So Chris is a brilliant mindset. That I'm very excited for that for here for Coastal Sports Network as it continues to grow and evolve. So again, as I said at the top of the hour, I see you. I see you, copy pasters. I see you.
What could they possibly be copying and pasting? Give me an example. Without what do you mean? What are they possibly copying and pasting? Unless it has to promote the show,
and not to promote. Think about it. Not to promote.
Oh, what, to diss?
No. Could I duplicate what AT&T does as far as a communication network? Of course not. Right. So I can try, but I'll never duplicate it. The same way, if someone starts off something of, whether it being, a show, different platforms, you got to kind of read between, I'll tell you during the commercial break, but you got to kind of read in between the lines because again, copy pasters of the world, I see you.
Little angel is watching, big brother.
That's right.
How about that? By the way, Peanut Gallery, we were talking about my sister's birthday is July 30th on a Tuesday. My sister Andrea, who is also same day Crystal Andrea is starting. Peanut Gallery informed me that my next door neighbor Andrea's birthday is today. However, Peanut Gallery has been misinformed because Andrea next door's birthday is actually tomorrow. So I was about to wish her a happy birthday today, but I will wish her a happy birthday today. And she's probably less than 25 yards. And you know how these houses are around here. We're about 2 feet apart. During the break, I could wave to her if she's doing laps in the pool or anything at their place. But happy birthday, Andrea. If I forget tomorrow, happy birthday. But Peanut Gallery, very rarely does she misinform me, but today I was misinformed. Because if it doesn't pop up on Facebook, then you don't exist, right, Angel? I mean, if my birthdays don't come up during events on Facebook, then you don't exist.
Now, here's a little fun fact too. One thing is, because I like for people to guess exactly when my birthday is, only because you can, for those who know who people, once you get to know the person, obviously when you have conversations, stuff like that, you find out when their birthday is. I took mine away from Facebook. One is because of how devious people are. And the other thing too, then you really start to see the people that actually remember when your birthday is. Now, my dad, I can give him an excuse because he's getting up there as far as an age, but he still remembers. This year is probably the only year he forgot, not as far as to himself, but as far as calling me, he called me like the next day. I told him, it's no big deal. It's just a birthday. I'll have another one next year. It's the way it works. Even when I'm dead, I'll still have one the following year.
Yeah, I always remember my parents. My dad was February 3rd. My mom was December 2nd. I always remember their anniversary, November 11th, because they were married on Veterans Day, Friday. And, of course, I remember my birthday. Who couldn't? Born March 26, 1967 on Easter Sunday. So I am the Christ child, a part of it. It's only happened 3 times since. Last time it happened, I was 18 years old because March 26th is fairly early for Easter. I remember Peanut Gallery's birthday. I remember my anniversary. I don't remember your birthday, Angel. Is that wrong of me? Have we had it? Have we had your? I think we have, right?
See, it's passed.
When was it?
The month of May. It's Memorial Weekend.
Oh, well, we must have talked about it, right?
We talked about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot. There's so many other things going on. You know, like I said, if you don't pop up, your birthday doesn't pop up. I check every morning on my Facebook page, and if you're a friend or you know, I always wish everybody happy birthday. 90% of the people that pop up for birthday wishes get a happy birthday return from me, because that's the kind of guy I am.
Usually when my friends, I always tell them, didn't you just have one last year? And I always get the guys, I know it's your birthday. Like, whatever.
It's your birthday.
Exactly. Stevie Wonder's got to have the best birthday song, I think, ever. I mean, it's played, it's like world renowned. You can't go, I do it to my friends every year, even though sometimes I get annoyed by it. I'm like, look, it's Stevie Wonder. How can you get annoyed by Stevie Wonder?
There's just several people on the planet you can't get annoyed by. Stevie Wonder, like Dolly Parton, and a couple others. Like nobody ever says, "I hate Dolly," or "I hate Stevie Wonder." Have you ever heard? And that's just two. I'm sure there's a lot more out there, but that's just whoever says that. You ever hear anybody say, "I hate Stevie Wonder" ever, or "I hate Dolly Parton" ever? Nope. You know, it's crazy.
The only hate, it was funny because the only hate listen. People, if you're fortunate enough, first of all, to get to Dolly's age, and even if she takes care of herself, how in the world she does,
she's amazing.
Yeah, it cracks me up. How many people were so mad when she was? What was the halftime? I believe it was one of the shows.
With the Cowboys outfit on.
Yeah. Oh my God, the negativity. It was like, are you kidding me? That's Dolly, the biggest icon ever in America.
I didn't see a lot of negativity. By the way, the big picture trend today is Angel Reese. I don't know if you've seen her, not on the basketball court, but after what she was wearing. Holy cow.
See, now you got to make you look.
Made you look. It made you look, but it is trending. I didn't retweet it because, I don't exploit people, Angel, as you know, unless I find it necessary for the show. But yeah, the picture that she took last night with her girlfriend and friend, not like, because I don't believe she's gay. I think she's straight, as far as I know. Not that matters, but the picture nevertheless has gone viral.
Oh, no. The only one I saw that came across was
she's in Daisy Dukes. You can't miss this one. She's at an arena. She's in Daisy Dukes, sort of, and her friends with her.
Oh no, the only one that I saw was the. He goes, oh no, I see it. The one you're talking about.
Yeah.
She was. No, there was the. I know the one beforehand. I think she's. Either sports. Some not like Sports Illustrated, sports something, but they have her in like they usually do with the girls with the bikinis, like for Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, the swimsuit edition. Yeah. They have. I know what you mean. They have it's usually there's usually couples. They have couples sexy poses, So sometimes it's a husband and wife athletes, or sometimes it's one of them's an athlete, one of them isn't. Just have a really good looking spouse, one way or the other. So that used to be on ESPN, the magazine. They used to do a big feature on that all the time. Remember, that was huge. But SI used to do the same thing, right? I believe not just a swimsuit issue, but exploiting people's abs and buttocks and stuff like that. And it's highly offensive to me. I don't like looking at that.
Do I?
The only thing I get offended by, on the whole, and I've started to change my tune a little bit, just a little bit, depending on the dish. I still am absolutely offended by people who put cheese on any type of shellfish dish. And I know there are people out there that like shrimp parm, and I know that chefs, even Italian chefs and Mediterranean chef, Greek chef, are changing their tune a little bit. Mm-hmm. But when I see people sprinkle Parmesan cheese over clams or anything else, like on any shellfish dish, I get the willies. Now I know, but then again, then you have like Oysters Rockefeller, which has cheese and other spinach on it a little bit. So it's sort of hypocritical in a way. I mean, you can get away with Oysters Rockefeller and stuff like that. But when I see frutti di mare, which is all the shellfish around, a nice linguine dish, and people sprinkling cheese all over it, all over the shellfish, I'm like, oh, God. And of course, then people always come back. Well, tuna melts. Oh, yeah, tuna melts is absolutely acceptable. One of the best sandwiches on the planet, a good tuna melt. And by the way, a good secret to making a good tuna melt or a good grilled cheese, not in the toaster oven, but on the pan, takes a little more time. Don't put butter on the bread, Angel. Spread it with, make sure evenly coated, thinly, mayonnaise on both sides. It is spectacular. You will never go back. You will never go back to butter again on the bread. Yes, it comes the grill. It comes out in the pan, beautiful, nice and GBD, golden brown, delicious. It is beautiful. I'm telling you, try it. Just it doesn't matter what kind of mayonnaise. Just say Hellmann's for whatever reason, and just spread it lightly, evenly. Not a whole clump of it, just evenly across both sides, and you'll be amazed. Like 2 minutes on each side. Whatever is in the middle, grilled cheese, and you'll be amazed. You will never go back to having to slice butter and put it, all over it. You don't have to do that. I'm telling you, mayonnaise to make a grilled cheese sandwich, a toasted grilled cheese sandwich in the pan, it is top notch. I think it was Bobby Flay or Alex Gornicelli taught me that many, many years ago, and I have never looked back. It is absolutely fantastic. Anyway,
I've never heard of. Wow, that's something new to try.
Try it. I'm telling you, just put mayonnaise on the back of the bread, put a piece of cheese or whatever it is, and it's a regular nonstick pan, or even a cast iron. It doesn't matter. And give it a couple minutes on each side. Flip it. You'll be fine.
I'm gonna wait until I come back to the Speak Easy bar, and then that's when I'll have it.
Well, I don't think grilled cheese is on the menu. Well, actually, from time to time it is. Tuna melts are. But that's the same thing. Tuna melts, the same thing. Mayonnaise on the top, like globs of it, but make sure it's evenly coated on both sides, and you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed.
Okay.
Yep.
You do every day.
Yep. Absolutely. All right. Quick break here. The Pete Shepherd Show. When we come back, we will play more reaction from what happened yesterday, in SEC Media Day. Nothing overly dramatic, but nevertheless, some good stuff, some good sound coming out of there from the Omni Hotel in Dallas, Texas. Quick British Open update. Justin Thomas has now taken the lead at Troon in Scotland. He is alone at the top in the clubhouse at 3 under par. Alex Noren, Nikolai Hohard, Justin Rose. I think I said Nikolai's name different all 4 times I've said it. Justin Rose, Russell Henley, Maverick McNeely, and Sam Hutsby, Sam Hutsby, all at 1 stroke back at 2 other. Again, Scotty Scheffler, the big favorite, at plus 550. He will tee off at 10:10. Tiger tees off right before that as well. So some more sound from SEC Media Day, some NFL stuff too, coming up at 9 o'clock. Chris Price from the Boston Globe, 9:30. Chris Palin from the Florida Everblades. All part of the Pete Shepherd Show today on a Thursday on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woo-hoo. Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Do you want the best in sports and entertainment? You got it. Now, back to the Pete Shepherd Show.
It's me! Me and you and Angel. And that's all I need. That's all I need. That disused Kleenex, my phone, the Holy Grail, which is the best Holy Grail ever. Can you see? Let me go over here. And I've had this now for about 12 years. And you know what is so great about it, Angel? It's the little things like this that make me excited. It's because I have water in here. See that on the bottom? That turquoise?
Yeah.
That is a built-in coaster. So I take this all over the place sometimes to parties because I can put it down anywhere and nobody ever yells at me. I don't ruin anybody's coffee table. That's all I need. That, my eyeglass case. This is from Steve Martin, the jerk, by the way. My glasses. This mouse. Oops, I just clicked on something I shouldn't have. And this remote control that controls the fan and light behind me. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Yeah, well, I got too much to display to what I need. The only thing I need is my wife. That's all I need.
Well, that too.
Yeah,
that too. I was trying to figure out what we were trying to say about inside the business of this blah blah blah. I could say, Angel, I did it. I saw what you sent me and I checked it out. don't sweat the small stuff. I mean,
I know.
It's really not.
No,
Whatever. I wish everybody well.
Yep, I know, and that's a fun part. That's why I say that I see you. So that's it. That's the whole thing. By the way, speaking of, as you talked about Chris Landry, one thing. So last night, for those who didn't get the opportunity to see Talking Hoops, you had an amazing time last night. Thanks for the 400 plus that ended up watching the show, especially the folks who ended up watching the replay. Darius Rice, who is a former NBA athlete, also with the Miami Hurricanes, he as well would be joining the network at
awesome
capacity. Yeah, so former NBA athlete. You guys know that Ron Briscoe is with me here as well on the network. Ron will be with me tomorrow morning at 10:30. So as we network continues to evolve and grow, we try to put some good names of good folks in here to make sure that you guys can see that we it's a lot of work, it's a lot of hustle. So every day it's something new, and Darius is really excited. I'm really excited because he has so many stories. You guys go back and watch the last two episodes from Talking Hoops. He brings, I called it Big Hoops energy. Of course, there's another song that's completely different, but Big Hoops energy, because the stories that he comes out with, even some that he shared last night with Sean Kemp, it was just, it's just such a fun time for him to come on. He hopefully will be on Wednesday nights. We're trying to just fit out his schedule because he has other things to do as well. But so him, Ron Briscoe, you guys remember Ron Briscoe? He was the one that was part of the Nike deal with MJ back in the day, and what made
that movie's awesome, by the way.
Yeah,
the movie that came out. I think it's very, very well done. Some people don't like it. I think it was very, very entertaining. Matt Damon was never funnier in that movie.
Yeah, he was. They were so close. Nike was so close. If that deal didn't happen, Nike would have never had a sports division with Nike.
And you saw how what really is unbelievable is how you only saw the actor who played Michael Jordan the last minute of the movie, because it was all about his parents, Viola Davis, right? She was unbelievable as his mom, and how strict, how protective they were of Michael and his brand and everything else. And it's amazing, it's amazing how tough they were. And in the end, it all played out.
Yep.
I never had Air Jordans. When I was a kid, I played junior high basketball, and that was 1979 or 1980. 1980, 81. 8th grade when I made junior high basketball team. Back then, the big shoe was Converse. So in junior high, we wore the Narragansett Mariners. So we were red and white. So of course, I got my parents for my birthday got me the expensive, for expensive sneakers. And back then, expensive was $42 for a pair of the leather Nikes that had the red star on them. And then I went in, of course, and braided the laces, red and white laces, 2 separate laces. Wouldn't think I'd be capable of doing that, but I did it. And it looked really cool.
The other thing was, you guys, if everybody remembers, well, depending on the age group, of course, here that watches and listens to us, and thank you guys, by the way, for listening in on Coastal Sports Network. We do appreciate it. So you had Adidas, obviously, with the 3 stripes on the bottom for Adidas. Now, for those of us who lived in the city, some of us couldn't afford it, so you would get the knockoff version, which I called A. Like, you couldn't get the rest of the initials because you would get 4 stripes, and then you had to take a marker and basically mark the other one out to make it seem like you had a pair of Adidas.
And and of course, we all know what Adidas stands for, right?
All day I dream about sex.
Bingo! Absolute bingo! Nailed it. So back in the day, you either had Converse, you had Nike, you had Adidas, or some people called it Adidas, or Puma. And Puma was in there too. Puma had a big contract. Yeah, and I have Pumas now, actually.
When we were in high school, though, Pete, Pumas were big. The suede ones, not the patent leathers, whatever you want to call it. The suede ones were the big ones, because that's when the guys, you had the kind of like they always call like the break dancing laces, the fatter ones, and then you never tied them. It was like the flap would come just a little bit up on the shoe. But yeah, I had a pair. I had a pair my sophomore year. I want to say it was like the first time I actually had some brand on my feet. But I think I told you as well. And I said to my mom that I need a pair of baseball cleats. God, listen,
Yeah.
God bless her. And when she bought an actual pair of baseball cleats, didn't buy me a regular pair of sneakers. And here I was at middle school walking around for at least 3 months with baseball cleats going into the classrooms. It was
Oh my God, you did not.
I sure did. Sure did. That's what she bought me. I wanted it because I played Little League, but that's what I had. Because she was like, I threw the other stickers away. I'm like, Ma, what did you think? I'm sorry. I'm like, that's where I worst. And you would hear me coming down the hallway, click, click, click. Yeah, it was great. They made me put tape on the bottom of the cleats. So
yeah.
Yeah, it was fun stuff.
That is a great one. Buenos dias, amigos, says the Penguin AZ. Yes, buongiorno, as we say in Italian, but buenos dias and, all that good stuff. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's so
I
funny.
read, he talked about the Reebok pumps too. Yep. Remember that commercial?
Do you remember D. Brown for the Celtics winning the slam dunk contest and pumped up before? What talk about an absolute, what a gimmick, but man, did that thing sell.
It sure did. By the way,
I was older. I was 1990, so I was beyond, caring about what sneakers I wear if I played recreational basketball. But those were the pump up things were huge.
Yeah,
so the blink. Remember the blink? Remember the kids with the blinking on the back? When you step, those sneakers that blinked.
Yep, those are big. Those are what. And by the way, before I forget about the blinking sneakers, Penguin AZ. Call me after you get done with work today. I missed his call the other day, so I want to make sure I end up talking to him. So there was listen, if you're going to commit any kind of crime, and I do not condone any kind of violence or crime, right? What's the one pair of sneakers you wouldn't wear?
I don't know. Is there a pair? I don't know.
The light up sneakers. You just mentioned it. So apparently this guy robbed a bank. Okay. And it was going into nightfall. So it was like somewhere in the wintertime. It was like 4:30, whatever it was. This is up north. Robs the bank. And the bank teller remembers as he was running from the bank, she said, I think his shoes were glowing. That was her words. Well, the guy, I think, made it about 4 blocks, and there happened to be a cop around the corner. And the cop says, hey, by the way, where'd you get those shoes? And he goes, I got them from that store down there, right? He goes, well, I didn't get them. I took them. I mean, I didn't take them, but I was going to pay for it with the money I just took from the bank. So I was going to go back there and just give him that money. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, are you serious? And this was on national TV. I'm like, holy crap. At least he was honest, but the cop was like, so you're basically telling me I have to arrest you? He goes, well, if you can catch me. He didn't get far because his partner was coming out the friggin' side store.
Oh my God, that is funny. Absolutely funny. Oh, by the way, Angel, Chris Price needs a link. If we send him one to that, and then we'll get to some. I am going to get as soon as. Angel, we can send it. I'd like to get to the sound right now if we could. We'll get to send the link.
Let me send it first.
Send that first, and then we can. When Angel's ready, we're going to hear from Nick Saban. He has a great story about Julio Jones yesterday at SEC Media Day. We'll hear from him. We're also going to hear from Jeff Lebby, the Mississippi State head coach, Steve Sarkisian. Again, his appreciation for Nick Saban. And then yesterday, and I have a video. Mad Dog Russo trying to talk about college football is absolutely beyond embarrassing. And he tried to make this argument with Feiney yesterday, Paul Feinbaum, because he was filling in for Stephen A. Mad Dog was on a first take and thought he was trying to school Feinbaum on why his reasons why he thinks Paul Riley is a classmate of mine at Hendrick. Lincoln Riley has been a success at USC, which we'll get to that video too a little bit in just a bit here. And then, Angel, let me know when you are ready. I'm just scrolling down to, okay, yeah.
Yep, no worries. As I'm sending this off here, you should be getting it here within the next 30 seconds. I'm just waiting to make sure that everything goes through and that he's good. So yeah, so it's on his way if you want to let him know. And then now, as you're letting him know, I'll bring up our TSP.
Okay, well, before that, let's go. I want to play this video. It's under, if you scroll down just a little bit, it's under awful announcing. It is what I was just talking about. Mad Dog argues with Paul Feinbaum about Lincoln Riley, and it makes no sense. And if Feiney could have reached through and strangled him, he would have. But anyway, it's a funny video.
Oh, I see it.
Yep, it is very funny. Then Chris Price from the Boston Globe going to join us at 9:05, and then Chris Palin at the bottom of the hour at 9:30. So here's Mad Dog, who I love to death, but he's so out of his league in some of the topics, and this is one of them.
He didn't take over a good program. They were terrible. USC what was their record before he got there the year before? Did they lose 5 games? 4 games?
But Doggy, in the transfer, I mean, he brought a bunch of players. He brought the best player in the country with him.
And won a Heisman Trophy with him.
Didn't get much out of him.
And he won a Heisman Trophy. And a place where they win Heisman with Marcus Allen and Charles White
what did it,
and Simpson.
How many trophies did how many
Carson Palmer.
Trophies did he hold up?
Well, hold on now. You talk about Heisman Trophy at USC. That means everything. Carson Palmer, Leinart, Reggie Bush, Simpson. They love Heisman trophies, and he brought a Heisman Trophy there. That counts. That counts.
I mean,
well, what?
You're using
they love
O.J.
Heisman trophies at
Simpson as
USC.
the reason why USC is good? Come on,
It's USC. They've been around since 1910. New Botany, USC. That's why. It's a much better program than Oklahoma. I'm surprised at you.
Crazy.
Talk about Vanderbilt football.
Well, Chris, obviously, Mad Dog did not see any Trojan games last year. You know how I know that, Angel? It's because anybody with half a brain could see. Arguably, maybe the worst defense in college football that I have ever seen in my life, at least from a Power 5 conference. Absolute sieve-like, pathetic. And it didn't matter about Caleb Williams. He had to put up all those points every game. Offensively, yeah, they were juggernaut offensively. I saw UCLA beat the shit out of them at the end of the year. That team was defensively absolutely one of the worst. And that's, Lincoln Riley, and obviously Finey is right. He brought some of the best players, including Caleb with him from when he left Oklahoma. And for Mad Dog to say that team is better than Oklahoma, it's not. Crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Just ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, he's going to win a Heisman Trophy. Okay. John Elway won a Heisman Trophy too. You know what his record was his senior year after they lost to Cal? The big lateral game and the trombone game, all that stuff. I think they finished 5-7. Who gives a shit about Heisman trophies? Charlie Ward won a Heisman Trophy too for Florida State. Guess what he did, Angel? Remember? Went to play for the Knicks.
Yep.
Got drafted, didn't even play football after that. Played for the Knicks.
By the way,
I don't know what that argument was supposed to be about. He turned USC winning a bunch of Heisman trophies, fine, but that didn't translate into anything close to a national championship because your defense was the worst in Division I. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. So again, Christopher, I love you, but you need to stay in your lane, buddy. You need to stay in your lane.
Yep.
Heisman trophies don't necessarily mean great football programs. You can have, a lot of times they do come from great football programs, but I should say it doesn't mean equivalent to national championships. If it did, USC would lead the country. They would have won all those national champions. They didn't. They haven't, and they won't playing like that. I can tell you that. And now that they're in the Big Ten, we'll see. But you got to be kidding me. Okay. Meanwhile, if we go to Total Sports Prep, Angel, if we could, and down the college football side, and let's just do these a little bit in order here. Nick Saban sharing a story of Julio Jones and the Alabama football program. Again, this was on SEC Network yesterday.
Interesting story. We were having 7-on-7 in the summer, and the coaches are not allowed to be out there. So Julio Jones happened to be there rehabbing. He hadn't played there for 10 years. This was probably 2019, maybe, whatever. And Julio was watching 7-on-7. Receiver drops the ball, kicks the ball, cusses the quarterback, gets into it with the DB that was guarding him. Julio called the guy over and said, "That's not how we do it here." He hadn't played there for 10 years.
Yeah.
But still he understood the culture and how things got done. And I think you're right. That becomes a part of the program. I think that's what Kirby's been able to do at Georgia. That's what Sark's trying to do at Texas.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a real interesting point. And, the word culture gets so overblown and overused, but I do think it applies. in certain areas. And I thought Nick brought up a great point there. Meanwhile, yesterday, also at SEC Media Day, Mississippi State's Jeff Levy on the energy of the team.
Just the energy when you walk in the double doors every single day, and everybody having great alignment. That, man, if we say it nonstop, but if I don't, then they won't. If we don't as a staff, then our young people won't have great energy, have the ability to go connect. And to me, it gives those guys a chance to go pour into it just a little bit more when you are enjoying the doing a little bit. So it's supposed to be hard. It's going to be hard. That is part of our game. We play in the best conference in the world. But, man, these guys need to have a great college experience, and there's fun in the winning, but you can also have fun in the doing every single day.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, next one. You saw a little bit in the video before, but Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian on his appreciation for Nick Saban, again, courtesy SEC Network.
Finally, and it seems like you can't be sitting here without ending on Nick Saban. But I've had this conversation with you a couple of times. But I feel it, and I felt it in reverse. Standing with him back in September, hours before your game, and he got very emotional talking about his relationship with you. Usually it's the other way around, but I know you feel that from that side, but it has to be so unique.
It is. I say this a lot, but I think that the general fan sees Nick Saban as the straw hat flying at practice, the headset or the hands going on the sideline, or the press conference where he wants to just jump the one reporter for the question, when in reality he and Miss Terry are probably two of the most compassionate, forgiving people I've ever been associated with. And I learned a lot of that from him. I had to learn a lot about myself from him that way. As much as, we want to talk about the discipline, the consistency, the program builder, the man is way more important to me than the coach was. And I think that sometimes gets missed when people want to talk about the legacy of Nick Saban, because how do you ignore the national championships and the wins and all those things? But the man, to me, in my life and my career, is more important than the guy that won all those games. And I'm so fortunate to have spent the time that I was able to spend with him. I just got a chance to see him in the back there, and it was fantastic. So he means as much or more to me than anybody I've crossed paths with in my time.
Great stuff. And one more cut from Steve Sarkisian on Texas coming to the SEC, a cut right below that.
As far as our transition in the Southeastern Conference, I think the key word is respect. We have a ton of respect for this conference. We have a ton of respect for the teams, the coaches, the players, and the fans. This is the elite conference in college football, and we're fortunate enough to be part of it. And we won't do anything without having a level of respect of who we play, where we're playing them, the types of players that they have, the coaching that they have. And I think on the flip side of that, we have to go earn their respect. We're not going to get anything in this deal. Nothing's going to be free. Okay, we're going to have to go earn the respect of our opponents, the opposing coaches, the opposing fans, and that's going to be kind of on the forefront of what we do. But the beauty of this conference is really the pageantry. I've been fortunate enough to have spent 3 years in the Southeastern Conference. The pageantry of the games, the stadiums that you get to play against, the iconic programs, that's the beauty of the Southeastern Conference. And the fact that we get to be part of it now, it's finally here, is pretty exciting. It's just a great opportunity.
Yeah, it certainly is. And just before we go to break, coming up today, from the Omni Hotel in Dallas, speaking today, 10:35. It's Arkansas head coach Sam Pittman, always funny. Wide receiver Andre Armstrong, quarterback Talon Green, defensive end Landon Jackson. Texas A&M at 12:05 with Mike Elko, defensive lineman Shamar Turner, linebacker Tareen York, and offensive lineman Trey Zune III. At 2:05, it's Auburn, which means it's Hugh Freeze, and that's always entertaining. Quarterback Peyton Thorne will join him then, along with linebacker Eugene Asante and defensive end Kedrick Falk. And then also always entertaining at Kentucky is Mark Stoops at 3:25 p.m. Offensive lineman Marcus Cox will be there, linebacker De'Eric Jackson, and defensive lineman Deion Walker. But Texas has really been the talk of the town so far. The big buzz is about the Longhorns. But Quick break. When we get back, Christopher Price from the Boston Globe will join me. We will talk not just Patriots, but all things NFL. One of my favorites. Chris Price next up here on the Pete Shepherd Show on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hang on before you we go into the break. Don't forget we are powered by Ion Tampa Bay. And a quick update: crash in Manatee County on South Route 70, 53rd Avenue East at 301 Boulevard, which is 15th Street East. County Road 638, right lane block. Last updated, that was at 8:56, about 2 minutes ago, and I believe there was also another one to make sure I bring that up. Yes, a crash in Manatee County on South Route 64 East before Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. Right shoulder block, last updated at 8:32 a.m. Don't forget, for all your news, weather, and traffic, visit iontampabay.com. And I'm sorry, Pete, take us to break again.
All right, yeah, quick break here. And Chris, hang on. We're just going to take a quick break. Or actually, you know what, Angel? Hell with the break. My show. Let's just keep it going.
All right.
I don't want to keep Chris waiting because he's busy. But, okay, joining me right now on the Pete Shepherd Show here is the one and only Chris Price, live and in person. How are you, Chris? Good morning. Thanks for taking a few.
I'm doing great, Pete. How you doing, my friend?
Good. It's a little warm. It's warm down here, as you say back up there. 80 degrees already. How's the weather up there today? Pretty good.
It is good. We're just coming off. We're never gonna match you guys in terms of heat, but it has been really, really warm up here the last week or so, 90 plus. So we're sweating through July up here in New England.
Well, Patriots open up training camp. A lot of camps have already opened up. Patriots is it today or tomorrow, or is it next? I forget.
Patriots open up next week, next Wednesday, the 24th is the first day we get a crack at them.
Yep. So what are you most looking forward to come training camp? Is it, for the Patriots anyway? Then we'll get into some of the rest of the NFL. I want to get your thoughts on some stuff. But and obviously Drake May is going to be a big focus. But I'm particularly going to be interested in reading your stuff and listening to you and others up there about Gerard Mayo and his presence and respect factor and all that stuff that people don't get to see behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you mentioned Drake May, and obviously he's going to be a big attraction. I want to take a look at the offensive line, and, that's where it all starts if they want to get back to a level of offensive competency for this team. But really, you bring up a really good point, Pete. How is this all going to look in the post-Bill Belichick era? This is going to be the first time in 24 years, 25 years that Bill Belichick hasn't been the coach of the New England Patriots. And so to see a different person at the helm, it's going to take a little time to get used to. We've seen it over the course of the spring. Obviously, there's been the run up with OTAs and mini camps, and we had a chance to talk to him around the draft and free agency. But for a first time head coach taking over for the greatest coach in the history of the game, it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, and it's not. This is a little different than when Pete Carroll took over for Bill Parcells. It really is. And I always wondered, I think I brought this up to you before, not to get nostalgic and go back a little bit in time, but I always wonder, Chris, this is how things can change. We're literally turn on a dime, particularly in sports. I don't know. Were you in Pittsburgh with me? Were you there covering the 7-6 loss to the Steelers back in?
I wasn't, but I remember.
Okay, I was there. Yeah. I was there. Teddy Saranda sitting next to me at the time. Not paying attention to the game. But anyway. If you remember in that game that Curtis Martin couldn't play. I forget who the back was, couldn't play. Derek Cullors, the legendary Derek Cullors, had to start for the Patriots in the backfield that day. Had Bledsoe not fumbled the ball in the 50-yard, and the Patriots came up with an unbelievable goal line stance in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. Came up with an unbelievable goal line stance, stopped the Steelers. It probably would have put the game away. It didn't. It was 7-6 at the time. Patriots, Bledsoe marched them down the midfield right up until he fumbled. Adam Vinatieri was all set to make what would have been one of many, his first really great game-winning field goals, but Bledsoe fumbled, and the rest is history. Had they won that game, they would have, I believe, hosted Denver in the AFC Championship in Foxborough, had they won that game. Mm-hmm. And if they had won that and Pete Carroll got to the Super Bowl, I'm not sure Bill Belichick ever ends up with the Patriots.
That's a great question. Sure. That's a great what if, Pete.
I know it's the butterfly effect. But yeah, I always think about that. what could have been had they not fumbled in that game on the 50.
Yeah, and didn't Vrabel also play a role for that Pittsburgh team?
Yeah, he caused it. He caused a fumble before he came to us. He's the one that caused the fumble.
It is. It's one of the great what ifs, and it's interesting that the coaching succession, and I'm interested you bring that up. I'm fascinated to bring that up because I think, and look, I'm never going to compare Jerod Mayo to Bill Parcells, but I think that's the ideal here when you're talking about a guy who is coaching the Patriots in that first year. I think the level of expectation is the same where you walk in. If you're Jerod Mayo, you just want to win. You want to improve on last year. You want to win 5 games. And I think there's a path to 5 games. But ultimately, what you want to see from this team is the same thing you saw from the team in '93 under Parcells, in that you want to see that gradual involvement, gradual improvement, where they end up taking two of their last 3 or something like that.
No. They won their last 4, I believe, Chris. And they knocked Miami out of the playoffs, which was great at that time. You know?
But that's what you want to see from this Patriot. I think that's a fair level of expectation from this Patriots team. You can make that parallel when you talk about that '93 team and how they crested. You want to see this team improve over the course of the year and then go into next offseason on a high note.
No question. All great points. And look, we know this was a top 10 defense, and hopefully with Judon back and Gonzalez, and that was without mostly Judon and Gonzalez last year. But with them back, they're still going to be a top 10 defense. I'm not so much worried about their defense at all. There's no way in hell their offense can be like it was last year. It can't. Historically pathetic numbers. I mean, it made the Rod Russ teams look good on offense with Hugh Millen at quarterback. That's how bad it was last year. I can't see it being that way. I would like to see Drake May start immediately. I've seen enough of Jacoby Brissett. I don't want him to just hang around. And even if I get this feeling, even if Drake May lights it up in preseason and practice and in games, that Jerod Mayo already has it in his head that Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy at least for the first couple of games. I'm like, I can't stand that. But the way this offense is now, and the additions that they have, there's no way it's going to look like last year's. It's impossible. I think Drake May will be the starter sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying this team's going to win 7, 8, 9 games. I don't know. I just know they're going to win more than 4. The line in Vegas is 4.5, and I would take the over every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Their defense kept them at just about every single game last year, every single one, except Mac Jones would always somehow, some way, it was the anti-Brady the last couple of minutes. Pick, puke. That was my life. Pick, puke.
Well, Pete, to your point, they lost 7 of their losses last year were by 7 points or less. And so the idea is, I think that, and you're getting at here, and I think we share the same philosophy, they're not that far off. If they get the quarterback right, if they find that May is the guy and he kind of moves in there seamlessly, I'm not there with you on the idea of starting the year with May, because I think that there are some advantages to creating that long runway for that rookie quarterback and putting him in the best possible position to succeed.
But what if he lights it up in preseason and just looks better in practice? What do you think?
I think that's a great debate to have. I do. I think it's a great debate to have, but I think Brissett is the man for the moment here when you're talking about this transitional period to this young quarterback. Jacoby Brissett has already come in and established himself as a solid veteran, a mentor, a guy who, in his own words, he says, look, I have no ego in this thing. Everyone wants to start. Everyone wants to play. He also, by the way, for what it's worth, reminded us, he said the other day, he's like, Zappe's no slouch. Zappe has started in 1 games in this league. And I think there's the possibility that Zappe ends up being trade bait, but that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But I think there are positives here. If you get May into some winnable situations, if you have a 2 or 3 game stretch, say in the middle of the year, where the kid's going to do well and you're confident in your matchups and the opponent on the other side of the ball, then I think that's a really good way to start his career. The other thing, too, you got to make sure that offensive line is right, because I don't want to put him behind an offensive line that's going to get him killed, quite frankly. They've worked over the course of the offseason. I think they've done their due diligence when it comes to trying to improve the offensive line. But I still have a lot of questions heading into camp as to where that group is, particularly at left tackle.
Yeah, and you're talking about Okorofor. What's his name?
Okorafor.
Okorafor. Yeah.
Yeah.
So many
Yeah.
syllables. Jeez.
Well, the other guy they have,
but David Andrews is still anchoring in the middle, which is
David Andrews is still anchoring in the middle. City So did enough to be last year as a rookie to be considered the starting right guard. Cole Strange is not going to be ready for the start of the season at left guard. You're going to get Michael Wenyu over at right guard or right tackle. He played at right guard and right tackle over the course of the summer. The biggest question in my mind, again, right now, is at left tackle. Is it going to be Okorafor? Is it going to be Caden Wallace, the draft pick out of Penn State, who played a lot of right tackle over the course of his college career? But there are more questions than answers on this offensive line. If they get that right, then I think we can start talking about setting Drake May up for success, putting him behind the best offensive line possible. He has Ramondre Stevenson, a guy in the backfield who can rush for 1,000 yards. He has enough options. He doesn't have a lot of great options, but he has enough options and some young options in the passing game where he can really start to make some gains.
And I do think, and people are always saying they don't have a lot of weapons. They don't have a lot of weapons. Well, okay, not the big names maybe, but I do think this offense is going to be improved. I think fans are going to love Polk, the draft pick out of Washington. That's anybody who follows college football. If you just watched him last year, just unbelievable. I think fans are going to love him. That kid can flat out fly. Now, I always talk about there's, flat out speed as in the 40, and then there's football speed. Who can run the better routes and everything? I think this kid is the real deal. I've seen him enough. I think fans are going to fall in love with him big time right out of the gate.
Yeah. I'd like it. I don't want to be in a position, if I'm the Patriots, I don't want to be in a position early on to be overly reliant on my young receivers. Again, it's the same philosophy with May, where you want to see them, improve over the course of the year. But I think Polk, I think Baker, both of those guys really early on, when you look at the Patriots wide receiver room, they're going to get some opportunities. And it's all about what you can do with those opportunities. You're going to see Pop Douglas. I think he's on the cusp of a terrific year.
Yeah.
I do. I think, and I think if they use him correctly, I think, and I've said this before, I think he can be a dollar store version of Tyreek Hill. No one's ever going to beat Tyreek Hill, but I think with that speed, that shiftiness, that ball ability, I think we're going to see special things this year out of Pop Douglas. The big question in the wide receiver room, a couple of big questions in the wide receiver room if you're the Patriots, what do you do? You're still kind of waiting on Kendrick Bourne a little bit. At the offseason knee surgery, can he come back? I think if he's back healthy, I think his veteran presence and positive energy adds a lot to that role.
I agree.
Yeah, and then that the domino
Hunter Henry at tight end.
But the domino effect of the wide receiver room is then what do you do with Juju Smith-Schuster? Because you carry 5 or 6 wide receivers. Is Smith-Schuster out? Is Tyquan Thornton out? Maybe KJ Osborne doesn't make the roster. So there's a lot of questions there at the back end of that wide receiver depth chart.
Let's talk about that a little bit. Tyquan Thornton, I mean, talk about speed, but this is another guy. Drops too many passes, but you can see the potential. Man, when he is on, you're like, God damn it, why doesn't he do this all the time? Because he should be he's got to be one of the fastest people in the NFL. I don't say that lightly. You probably agree with me if you don't. But as far as I know, he is one of the fastest players in the NFL, but he also he's just inconsistent. So I think that he's possibility. Juju Smith-Schuster is another one of those love-hate relationship guys. Another guy where I expected more out of him, and maybe it'll be better this year. Maybe it's just a Mac Jones thing that they just didn't connect from time to time, or it should have connected more. I thought he would have a bigger impact on this team. So he could be on the cut list. Tyquan Thornton, thank God that Butte's there. No more gambling charges, though. They went away from this year. What a relief.
but like, I mean, there's a lot of questions. And we talked about how Bailey Zappi might end up being a trade candidate, come Labor Day weekend, come cut down weekend. Juju Smith-Schuster, what's his future? I think Bootie's going to be able to make the team, make the practice squad. So, you can kind of stash him there. But yeah, Thornton, I think, is a really intriguing candidate for a couple of reasons, not the least of which he has had some production in the National Football League. He put on a little weight this year. And as you said before, he's one of the fastest guys in the league. And so you would think that you would be able to kind of wring something out of him. One of the things that makes me a little nervous about his future in New England is he has next to no special teams value as a wide receiver. So I think if he was fielding punts or kicks like Jalen Reagor, I think that, you start to feel a little bit better about his chances in New England. But we'll see how it all shakes out moving forward.
And the other thing I'm looking forward to once the preseason starts, besides Drake May, who I'm assuming is going to get a lot of playing time, which is going to be great for the potential starter, which you don't get to see much, but usually starters don't play at all, if any. But it's going to be good to see Drake May. But I am looking forward also to seeing Joe Milton III.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
watching him at Tennessee,
Yes.
watching this kid can flick a ball 80 yards without even breaking a sweat. It's unbelievable. If you haven't watched him play, and I watched him in college, he is fucking unbelievable at times.
He is. He's amazing. He's amazing. I had a chance, Pete. It's funny. I had a chance to go back and do, before I went on vacation earlier this month, went back and did a long feature on him and his background. And it's funny. Everyone you come across who's had any contact with him has a Joe Milton story about how they saw him throw 75 yards from his knees. You know, you've seen the video that they put out at Tennessee. Orange 100 yards.
Yep.
He played high school baseball. He got up on the mound. He threw a couple pitches 95 miles an hour. The high school football coach said, "Knock that off. Get back over to the football field." I think the big question for me is, can he, work that short and intermediate stuff on a consistent basis? And we saw in the spring that it's still a struggle for him. But look, you give him the Foxborough flu for a year. And tell him to go away and work on his mechanics, his fundamentals, the footwork and the short and intermediate stuff. I think it's a great pick in the 6th round. I think it's a fantastic pick, given his arm strength and given what he brings to the table.
No question. And before we move on to other things in the NFL, what about the coordinators? Alex Van Pelt, a lot of pressure on, and maybe unfair pressure on him, because I hope people are not expecting Drake May to come in and just light it up right away. I think he's going to progress sooner rather than later. But it took Drew Bledsoe a little bit of time. People forget how bad Peyton Manning was. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs the first 4 years. His interceptions, he led the league in interceptions a couple of times in the first 4 years. And then after the 4th year, they finally got it going. But that's Peyton Manning. Of course, Brady only took Brady 1 year before he got it going. But he developed he developed, just didn't throw as many interceptions as Peyton Manning did. But I just hope, Alex Van Pelt's got a lot of pressure on him. What about DeMarcus Covington, the defensive coordinator?
I love DeMarcus Covington. I think it's a perfect move to be able to retain him, given his background, his history with the franchise, and his background and his history with Gerard Mayo. I think that transition has been seamless, at least from what we've seen so far. And as you said, look, this is a top 10 defense. And I think that, remarkably enough, if you look at their arc over the last couple of years, 2 years ago in 2022, they were able to really create a lot of points off of turnovers, give the offense a short field. Last year, they didn't do a lot of that. I think we're going to get back to the defense that we saw in 2022, an opportunistic group, a team that's focused on takeaways, a team that's focused on forcing fumbles, that kind of stuff, to be able to, again, as we said before, set the young quarterback up for success, or do as much as they can to set that young quarterback up for success. A lot of that goes back to Covington's defensive philosophy. It's about takeaways. It's about playing smart, fast, and physical. Look, I agree with you too on Van Pelt. I think Van Pelt's a great guy. I think Van Pelt's got a lot of pressure on him. But again, the level of expectation for this offense should be very low, given where they were the last year and a half.
Well, it can't get much lower than it was last year. We averaged 13 points a game. And I mean, Rhamondre Stevenson's back. I get it. I like that too. But as you said, the offensive line doesn't develop. But he's still, I'm glad they got him long term. He's arguably right now anyway, he's their best offensive player. Mm-hmm. That might be right for now, which is hard to say about a running back in this day and age. But nevertheless, is there any chance in hell that Elliott Wolf can get Brandon Ayuk away from the San Francisco 49ers? Is that possible?
Probably not. Right now, I know that they do have money to pay him short term, but you're also looking at, and look, this isn't necessarily a Patriots thing, but he's looking for Justin Jefferson money, I don't know of a lot of teams that are willing to do that. I think that there is the possibility that they still add to this roster. I'm looking in Stephon Gilmore's direction between now and the start of the regular season. But I don't think that Brandon Ayuk is a possibility for this team as it exists right now. They can move some money around and make some trades and do a few things and maybe, free a few things up for him. But I don't think that Brandon Ayuk is the guy, at least right now, when you're talking about New England.
And sticking with the AFC East, again, we're speaking with Christopher Price from the Boston Globe, covers the Patriots and the NFL up there. And sticking with the AFC East, and the line from most sport books, and down here at Hard Rock, I just saw it. Tyreek Hill is minus 1,900 that he will have at least 2 more babies before September 8th. Minus 1,900. I'm laying the 1,900 to win 100.
That seems like a safe bet.
Is that I mean, he's had a small village. He's had over 12 kids. He's got another one on the way. He just had one from another baby mama. I mean, I thought Sean Kemp was bad back in the 12 kids. I know Benjamin Watson had 7. I know that he's talking about yesterday on SEC Network. Benjamin Watson, former Patriot, great Patriot guy. He has 7 kids, but I think it's all from the same woman. Not that, but 12 and then 13 coming. I mean, is that not a distraction for the Miami Dolphins? Then you throw in their head coach, who's just. I respect him. I know his past. I know what he's been through. How bad his father was, abusive. But I cannot take him seriously. And I know you don't judge a book by its cover, but on this show, I can do that. I don't trust him ever winning a Super Bowl with him as head coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's part one. Part two is Tua Tagovailoa has got to get at least Trevor Lawrence money. He has to, because his numbers are better. And I don't know what Stephen Ross is waiting for. And I would be it's still lingering. They got to get that done before September 8th, don't they, Chris?
Yeah. Look, they need to be able to lock down they need to be able to decide on their future moving forward at the quarterback position. If it's Tua, that's great. They need to sign him. They need to figure it out. Because if you don't, I mean, we know this. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know here. It's just the quarterback position is everything in this league. And you think you have a guy who fits your offensive scheme, works well with a coach, works well with the other guys around him, and has gotten you, to January. And so now it's about building on that and about securing his future and securing your future moving forward. I think that McDaniel did the right thing when it came to hiring someone like Vic Fangio as the defensive coordinator.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And I think that his loss, I think you're going to feel that on that Miami roster. And look, I know that he wasn't for everyone. I know that Vic Fangio isn't everyone's cup of tea. I understand that. But to be able to get a veteran presence on the defensive side of the ball, if you're an offensive coach, you're a young offensive coach with an offensive, that's great. And I think he's done a lot of great things on the offensive side of the ball. But you need to be able to find a guy who you can just say, look, I'm going to close the door. This is your defense. And take it and run with it moving forward. So, look, I'm going to be fascinated to see where the Dolphins go from here. But there are some questions about that team and that roster moving forward. I also think, we stay in the AFC East here, I'm going to be fascinated to see what happens to the Buffalo Bills. Losing Stephon Diggs, who's going to be the lead dog in that passing attack? I love Josh Allen. I love McDermott. I love what they're crafting up in Buffalo. And look, I think they're on that, not the short list, but maybe that, they're a top 10 team. And they're at a crossroads here because they lose Diggs and they really don't have the same sort of oomph in the passing game that they had last year. Well, who's going to step forward? Who's going to assume the mantle? What are they going to do? How is McDermott going to be able to make those changes? How is Josh Allen going to be able to adjust? The one thing, if you're a Patriots fan, that's going to give you hope in the AFC East is the Jets. I never bet on the Jets. You know this. They're always going to do the wrong thing. They're always going to do the stupid thing. So, look, I think the Dolphins are probably the Dolphins and the Bills are probably 1 and 1A in no particular order in that division. But I think that, again, we talked about the road to 5, 6, 7 wins for the Patriots. I think it's there when you consider that you're in the division with the Jets.
Well, the one Buffalo comment. They got the kid from Florida State who I love, Keenan Coleman.
Yeah.
He could step up. I think they're going to need him to step up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like their tight end situation with Knox and Kincaid. I think it's one of the few teams that can do the double tight end, and both of those guys can play in the slot, wide out from time to time. So I think that helps. The running game with James Cook and Ty Johnson, doesn't really.
It's not overwhelming. I agree with you. I think they had to make a move because they were bumping their head on the ceiling, and they had to figure something out, a way to kind of try and break through. And I applaud them for making a really bold move. I think Houston's going to be a great team this year. But look, Buffalo needed to do something because they kind of maxed out. And again, I'm going to be fascinated to see how Josh Allen, McDermott, the rest of the response moving.
You brought up the Jets earlier, and far be it from me, Christopher, to make fun of the Jets in any way, shape, or form. Only every day and as often as possible. And let's see if Mr. What's that shit that he eats?
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca. Let's see if Ayahuasca Boy can get past 4 snaps in San Francisco on opening night on national TV.
Not going to be.
Let's get through that first, and because as usual, you got all these ESPN, some NFL Network people just talking stuff about the Jets, if, buts, whens, maybes. I mean, it's the same thing all the time. And then we have to hear Orlovsky says he thinks Devontae Adams. Did you hear him yesterday or the day before? He thinks Adams is going to be on the Jets sooner rather than later.
I wouldn't put it past Rodgers, as a GM to be able to find a way to make that work. I can't. I don't feel comfortable about the Jets. If I'm a Jets fan, I still don't feel, even after the offseason they had, even if, if I'm going to have Aaron Rodgers for a full season, you look at, they're the Jets. They're the Jets. And it's just so, their history suggests that something is going to happen where something gets screwed up and they're going to finish 8-9, and it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yep. All right. And lastly, let's see. I mean, we're so close. We're so close to NFL season starting. So, I don't know. Is there any one story so far off season that's come out that's taken, you'll go, whoa, eye opening that you say, oh my God, how did that happen? Or anything jump out at you before I let you go?
The thing that I always keep coming back to, and I was thinking about this morning, Houston's had a great run, man. Our guy, Nick Caserio, has really put together a great roster in a very short period of time. They found the right guy in DeMeco Ryans. They found the right quarterback in C.J. Stroud. They were able to augment the guys around Stroud, the offense to where Stroud is, again, we used the phrase before, Drake May set up for success. I'm very, very impressed as to where they are. And we talk about maybe some regression from the Bills, the Dolphins. I think you look at a roster like Houston, and there's a lot to like about that group. I'm not saying they're going to win it all this year, but if you're looking for the next really good young team to step up and challenge the Chiefs, you could do a lot worse than what Nick Caserio has done down in Houston. And it's funny. I look at Nick, and I know Nick a little bit, and I talked to him at the Combine, and you wonder. We talked about what ifs before with the Patriots. What if they've been able to get the timing right to figure it out to bring, to elevate Nick Caserio into the GM role here, and what that would look like. So, there's a lot of stuff out there. Can the Chiefs go for a three-peat? Can the Niners and Kyle Shanahan finally break through? Is this finally their year? But for me, I remain very, very impressed with the Texans and what they've done and how they've been able to craft that roster and how they've been able to get to where they are right now, which I believe is on the cusp of a championship.
Chris, great stuff as always. We've been looking forward to reading your stuff in the Globe, as long as I don't have to pay for it. But great stuff as always. And we'll definitely let's talk again in a couple of weeks.
Definitely. Hey, you got my stuff for free for all those years at WEEI.com. So I'm
Yes, we did. Thanks, my friend. All the best.
Take care, bud. We'll talk soon.
All right, Christopher Price from the Boston Globe. All right, we're going to take a quick break here once again. Chris Palin's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. It is the Pete Shepherd Show right here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastow, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're listening to The Pete Shepherd Show.
Oh, back. Final segment of The Pete Shepherd Show here on the Coastal Sports Network. And looky here. Here is the one and only, one of the great people in all of hockey, Chris Palin, Executive Vice President of a whole bunch of stuff with the Florida Everblades, doing an unbelievable job. We say good morning to Chris Palin. How are you, Chris?
I'm great, Pete. How are you?
Just moving right along. This network is growing by leaps and bounds. I know between my vacation, between the back-to-back, the last title, my vacation, your vacation, haven't been able to really connect and talk about not only the championship and how great it was. Haven't really got to speak to you about it, but also not only the new player signings, but also the new affiliation with the St. Louis Blues. So there's so much stuff, but all good. And I see more new players being signed by the Everblades. But first of all, how are you? I hope your vacation was good. And then
I haven't had my vacation yet.
Oh, you haven't?
No, we immediately went from celebration to Vegas for league meetings. Now, everyone may call that a vacation, but there is work that got done, which, I'm proud to announce that not only have we won 3 straight Kelly Cups on the ice, we've won 4 straight awards of excellence off the ice. So that is the highest award for the league office, as it takes into account all the aspects, game presentation, ticket sales, sponsorship sales, etc. So we shared the award this year with Savannah, who did an unbelievable job. But 4 straight for us, and we're going to shoot for 5 next year. So it was a great trip.
Again, and that's the whole front. I mean, you being executive vice president, chief revenue officer, Craig Brush, the owner, Adam Winslow, of course, head coach Brad. I mean, you guys all do an amazing job, and we talk as much about what happens off the ice with your great organization as we do on the ice. It's a family friendly atmosphere, and hockey is growing leaps and bounds down here in Southwest Florida, and really across the state. And I think the Everblades, you guys, this organization, have a lot to do with that.
Well, I mean, obviously, we take advantage of obviously a state and an area that's growing significantly. But I will tell you that I say it every year at the meetings when we've won this award, knock on wood. I have the best staff. They're just fabulous at what they do. They're passionate. You have to be, to work the hours that everybody works in this business, and to have to be able to put together what we put together. You just have to be passionate about it. You have to love it. So it's great staff. They get it. They know, like, we just had our first promotional meeting this past Tuesday about next year. And they've already come up with some great super ideas to take us to the next level. So I'm really proud of them. Obviously, the passion, to kind of switch gears on the ice side.
Yeah.
Craig and Brad, this is Craig's livelihood. I mean, he's been doing this for as long as he's been alive. So he's passionate about, the product on the ice as well, that Brad is as well. But they didn't settle. We had a really good team before the trade deadline, and they didn't settle for what we had. They knew there were pieces missing, and those pieces are the reason we won it all. So they're never going to stop tweaking and changing, and that gets us to kind of where we are now, and the players that they're signing now.
And then you throw in your past affiliation with the Florida Panthers, and they win the whole thing. And Paul Maurice, of course, Jake does a great job play-by-play. And I actually spoke to Jake before I spoke to you. Right afterwards, we were talking about, it was the day before the Panthers were going to it was a day, 2 days after. Tried to get him on the day after the parade, but
he was in no shape.
No. But Paul is such a he's going to be around. It's just he is a unique individual. I love him to death, and I talk about that team all the time, as well as the Lightning, by the way, with Cooper. You're blessed in Florida to have coaches like that and a fan base like that. And even the way the Florida Panthers play, I tell my Bruins fan, don't hate on the Florida Panthers, because that is the Bruins in 2011, that team on the whole. I mean, again, in the state of Florida, with the Everblades, with Tampa Bay, with the Panthers, and the affiliation you guys have with them the last couple of, I mean, it's storybook-like almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're very proud of them winning the championship. We've developed a really good relationship on the hockey department side as well as the office side. As we had a suite up there as part of our affiliation. So,
great night.
Both the business side and the hockey side, very excited. Paul's super great guy. Got to meet him a couple times, talk to him. You listen when he talks, right? I mean, he just the way he speaks and motivates is incredible. Would love to have played for him at some point. And obviously we love Jake here. So, it was unfortunate that, sometimes business gets in the way. And for those that don't understand it, Zoyer Sports, who is an unbelievable group, they own Savannah, Jacksonville, Lake Tahoe. They operate Atlanta, and Allen, Texas in our league as well as a bunch of baseball organizations. They bought Charlotte, which is the AHL affiliate of Florida. So it was really a conflict of interest for us to continue an affiliation there when, basically Savannah will be their home, right? So they'll sell there. So, I mean, it happens. It's business. We're both very disappointed that it worked that way, but it's kind of how it worked out. And then, when it comes to affiliations, I don't think people totally understand when it's American Hockey League. Most of those affiliations are owned by the parent clubs now because it's all about development. When it trickles down to our level, it's really about making a relationship, knowing that the parent club knows what the goals of the ECHL team is, right? So we're not a team that, as example, we don't want 20 guys from St. Louis that are all first-year players, right? There's got to be a good mix of veterans and high-end talent that hopefully will make it to the NHL. But there's always that mix, right? Everything's about the chemistry. So, so a guy like Cam Johnson, who knows he wants to play here, you've got to have your parent club agree to sign him to an American Hockey League deal, even though that he's probably never going to go there, and he's sort of that backup. And the goaltending is an interesting situation because in our situation, it's pretty much been a guy we picked like Cam, and then a guy that's coming up through the ranks that they want to play, and use that as an example. Pretty much know going into it that whoever that young gun is, he's going to play half the games during the regular season. He may not see the ice in the playoffs. So, So that's, you got to agree. Your parent club has to agree to understand, or you have to understand going into it that that's sort of the mix for the ECHL team, whoever that is.
I get asked this all the time, Chris, and I bet you do as well. Remember the movie Bull Durham, Crash Davis, Kevin Costner's character, lifetime, minor league guy, everything. Why is it that, at least in the AHL, why aren't guys like Cam Johnson, Joe Pendenza, why don't they get more of a shot to play in the AHL? I can't answer anybody. When people ask me about those two guys and others on the Everblades all the time, I'm like, I don't know. They certainly seem good enough. I think they're good enough. Some of them sometimes I think on NHL teams. So I'm not really sure how to answer people when they ask me that question.
We don't have enough time to talk about it. I would say, as a general rule, think about, to make it easy for people to understand, think about everyone's job specifically. You have a role, there's, let's call it whoever, Florida. They've got X amount of scouts. When they scout somebody and they draft somebody, that scout's name is on the line, right? So I've seen it in Rochester when I was back up there. We had guys we brought in that were free agent guys that were playing first and second line, and there were draft choices that were high-end draft choices that were playing third and fourth line that didn't belong in the American Hockey League. So if you make a mistake, you're going to give that person, and this is at all levels. This is, Pete, I'm seeing this at junior hockey level. It's everything. If you buy into that guy, then you're going to give him as long a rope as you can to try to make it work because someone's reputation is on the line. That's what I would say. Sure, could a guy like Cam Johnson play in the American Hockey League? Absolutely. Does he want to? I don't know. There comes a point, I think, guys, if they can't leave our league and make it to the American Hockey League, they're typically looking at Europe. As options there. It's less games, maybe less wear and tear on the body, probably more money depending on where they're going. The older guys probably don't want to do that if they've got, family here or whatever. The younger guys, if they see they're not going to make that jump, right? Because ultimately their goal is the NHL. But at some point that they can see the writing on the wall that that's not the case, that they're going to get there. So they make that jump, and other guys just are happy playing here. If they know they're going to be at this level. A good example is Alex Kyle, right? The guy we just signed.
Yeah.
Do you want to be playing in Maine in the winter, or would you play in Florida with a bunch of guys good friend of Cam's? You were here before. Hockey's changed a lot, where I think, when I first got here 14, 15 years ago, the guys coming to Florida were like, oh, that's a great place to go and party and play. Now it's like they're champions down there. We're going to go there and win a championship, or we're going to get damn close. And I'd rather be in Florida doing that than in wherever. Pretty much any other market, right? So, and there seems to be, again, Cam kind of leading the charge. It seems to be a group of them that they'd rather play together. It's all, and we signed, like I said, we signed him, Alex Kyle, and there's other ones coming up too. So
Jesse Lansdale, I see, and
Yep.
you said Reese Molick is coming back, like you said. So,
Yeah.
man, how much influence does Brad have over these?
100% influence. I mean, they're his guys too, for sure. And Craig and Brad work great together, and that's the key in things like this, right? So, I think Brad has an uncanny understanding of what's missing in the chemistry, and I think obviously Craig's always had that as well. So they work well in putting that together. And I was trying to just look quickly here, but we also are going to sign from Maine. I don't know if it's been released yet, but their captain, Connor Doherty, a defenseman, New England boy, Massachusetts boy, played at Sacred Heart. He's coming down too. We're signing him as well. So to anchor defense, a good veteran player. But again, guys want to be here. There's a bit of pick and choosing right now, right? And it's got to work within the salary cap and everything else, but good character guys is what we're looking for.
Have you been getting calls from any players or their agents or whatever saying that we got it? Everybody wants to come to the Everblades now, right? Everybody's going to want to come here.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, but I this kind of the sense I get. I don't want to say we have the pick of the litter, but and again, it can't be everybody, because you can't have two lines of 80-point guys, right? Like, they're just not going to get the power play time and everything else. So it is about. I remember clearly. At about 2 weeks before the trade deadline, and we were kind of coming out of our funk, as we always did around that time, or our slow start, or whatever, or mediocre middle, whatever you want to call it. And we looked good, and I thought we had a pretty good product on the ice and had all the pieces. And I said to Craig, I said, you're pretty happy with where we are? And he goes, it's always a science experiment, always a science experiment. So, sometimes it's not getting that stud number one D or goalie or high flying scoring forward. It's the role guys, right? And those are the key guys in the playoffs, the Jesse Lansdales. And I mean, those guys are just so important. It's the same at the NHL level, right? Who makes the difference? The second, third, fourth line guys and the goaltender, right? So, so they just have a keen awareness and knack to get the right guys. So I anticipate, we'll go on a long run again, and we'll prep for that on the business side as well.
A couple of things before we let you go. Chris Palin on board with us. Joey B says, Pete, can you ask Chris what happened with the Newfoundland Growlers? They folded in April of 2024. How does a team fold in that type of market? Community would support the right team there? ?
Well, the owner who owned Trois-Rivières as well, he got into a bit of financial trouble. He had a buyer. I don't know what went down. It was very strange. He had a buyer for both properties. He was going to make some money on that deal, and he just kept hanging on to the last minute, and he ended up selling the Trois-Rivières product, but he couldn't at the last minute sell Newfie because of bit of a long story, but it was an owner play. And I don't know if you'll see a team back there, not because of the fan involvement. It's hard to get there, right? So, like back when I was in the American Hockey League, there was an AHL team there, and it's just expensive to get there, right? And so there were some rules that I don't know exactly what they were, but you had to pay the teams. Like if you were bringing a team from outside your division, you had to pay for their travel to get there, because it was, when we went up there, it was extremely expensive to get there. It's impossible to get there. My kid just went up there for a country festival last weekend.
Take a ferry. You gotta take a boat.
Yeah, he had flight into Charlestown, right? Is that Charlottetown? But it's very expensive. It is in the middle of nowhere, basically. It's an island, so So I don't think you'll see a team there again, just for that reason. But it was a bad look. But I would say it was all on the owner.
All right, and lastly, please tell me, just promise me that we will not, as much as the late, great Laura Branigan, please tell me now that you're affiliated with the Blues, we're not going to hear Gloria at Hertz Arena, please. I'm still not over Game 7 a few years ago against the Bruins. Please tell me Gloria will never be played at Hertz Arena.
I don't plan on playing that, but I haven't. We'll see when we get closer if I get any demands from upper management or ownership, but I haven't heard that yet.
I hear that song and break out in a rash still. It's just nothing against Laura. She's great, and unfortunately passed away way too young. But that song just goes through me like, a bad oyster. Yeah, it was a bad game. All right, Chris, all the best. Thank you so much. Chris Palin here, the Executive Vice President.
Good talking to you.
Great talking to you. We'll talk soon. It never ends. It's almost training camp, so enjoy your vacation, I hope, when it comes.
Soon, for sure.
All right, my friend. Take care. We'll talk soon. All right. Oh my goodness, yeah. It's like I couldn't take if Gloria got played at Hertz Arena. I would not be happy. Angel, I'm gonna get out of here so you can get ready for your show. You have been unbelievable today, incredible as always. And, lots. I saw all the retweets, Tweety Bird retweets as well. Glad you posted everything about Chris Landry joining us starting July 30th every Tuesday from 7:15 to 7:45. 7:45, right around there. That is going to be fantastic, Angel. Great stuff as always. And what else you got, Kelly? You got your show coming up today. We have Middays with Q coming up and a whole lot more.
Yep. It's a plethora of, guess what I'm going to say, because I have no clue. No. It's actually probably going to be a 1 hour show today. There's an adjustment that I have to make. One on the app and another thing as well. So we'll have a breakdown of the 1 hour show. Then Q will be on as always from 12 to 2 p.m. The replay of Let's Chat with Cat and Pat will also be available today on the station. Yesterday, Marshall Time dropped a new episode, so you guys can listen to that as well at 2:30 in the afternoon. And what's today? Thursday. So no shows this evening. And yeah, that's pretty much about it at least for the moment.
That's it. That's awesome. Tomorrow I'll have another great show lined up for you. I've got a few guests in mind. Just want to confirm. One last look at the British Open. Tiger just teed off. God, the weather over there sucks. It is just brutal. You couldn't even see him on the camera angle ahead of the tee box. It was raining. It's just terrible conditions at Troon in Scotland. Magnus and Haas. Justin Thomas, your leader right now. He's in the clubhouse at 3 under par. He has a one-stroke lead over Alex Noren, Nikolai Hogard, Justin Rose, Russell Henley, Sepp Straka. Good hockey name. They're all one shot back. Again, Tiger just teed off, and Scotty Scheffler, the favorite, about to tee off in a few minutes as well. Okay, everybody. Thanks again to Chris Palin. thanks again to Chris Price, and most of all, thanks again to all of you, and of course, Angel Martinez, as we continue to grow and prosper and blossom here on the Coastal Sports Network. I'm Pete. I'm back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Take care and bye. Bye.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You bring the energy, he'll do the rest. Martinez and Company, powered by Sports Radio 102.9 The Game.
You're going to hear it right here.
The show starts now.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We appreciate you hanging around after the Pete Shepard Show just let off here from 7 to 10 a.m. Of course, I produce and co-host with Pete. You're listening to Martinez the Company here. I am Angel Martinez on the Coastal Sports Network that is powered by ION Tampa Bay. Don't forget, if you guys want to know the latest in news, weather, and traffic, visit iontampabay.com. That is IONTB.com. Also, you can follow them on X and Facebook as well, so you can get all the latest updates. Of course, if you reside in different parts of the world, it's kind of hard, but if you reside here in the Southwest Florida region, all the way down to Pete's neck of the woods, down in Fort Myers, you guys can get all your latest news, weather, and traffic from iontampabay.com, as the Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The game is powered by ION TB. Thank you all as well for downloading the app. We hope that everyone ends up enjoying it, so you guys can text the show from the app, see the show from the app, hear the show from the app. Everything you possibly need will be there and available on the app. You can get it directly from the website, sr1029thegame.com. It is not, if you look for it in the Play stores, whether it be an Android or Apple, you guys are going to find the old version. Make sure you go directly to our website, sr1029thegame.com. It may come up as well as broadstsouth.com, both in the same. It is right there on the home landing page. Download it so you do not miss any of the live shows here on the network, on the Coastal Sports Network. Now, a couple things to talk about here, as we'll be doing a 1 hour condensed version of the show today, because I do a lot of the updates and everything else here for the network. One being the WNBA, as the All-Star game is coming up here in about 2 days. So we got July 20th. Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark. I'm pretty sure a lot of folks are really wanting to see the matchup for the All-Stars. That should be really good. Also, with the history from the WNBA, who started back in April 24th of 1996. And looking to see what they are doing today. Obviously, you guys had heard, and we'll go over their big media deal package they ended up getting. And maybe some people thought, you know what, the WNBA was going to last long. A lot of folks thought, maybe it was going to be short-lived. Maybe they weren't going to expand. Obviously, we saw the Las Vegas Aces last season be the first team to win back-to-back championships. Like you just heard Chris Palin from the Florida Everblades, the first time that the ECHL Cup has been won 3 times in a row by the Florida Everblades. Well, you take a look at the WNBA, the Las Vegas Aces are trying to do it for a 3rd season in a row. It is tough. It's not easy, especially winter season. It's much more condensed than what it is to the NBA. But I would like to get your guys and you ladies, your opinions. You can make it live here on the social medias, on X, Facebook, Twitch, Rumble, LinkedIn, YouTube, everywhere where we spread out on the platform here, along with texting into the show as well at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. I would love to get to know your thoughts as far as, did you believe that the WNBA would still be and growing as much as it is right now? They talked about expansion teams, and we yet to see it. We've heard that Philly could end up getting a team, other places as well. I don't know if Tampa's kind of put their name in the ring, as we're now seeing the women's soccer team that's going to come alive here in about another 4 to 5 weeks or so. The Tampa Bay Sun Football Club, as they will be playing at the Tampa High School right in near downtown Tampa, right on the outskirts of Tampa. But they're fixing up the field now. That's going to be renovated. And then in about 2 years, if I remember correctly, they're going to have their brand new facility that they will be playing at. I believe it's going to be about 10,000 seats or so, which is still nice for an expansion team, especially for down here in Tampa, as the sports world starting to evolve around here. You guys heard me talk about the Rays yesterday. Evan Longoria was just there yesterday as well, and he talked about that the only thing that he didn't like was that the fan base was not there. If you live here and reside here in Tampa, St. Pete, Ybor, where else? Wesley Chapel, Zephyr Hills, Pasco, Hernando County, Citrus County. If you guys are around here, the way it is located in St. Pete, it makes it tough because of rush hour traffic. So if for example, if you're coming from Tampa, you're already fighting traffic on 275, coming across, passing by the airport, and then getting on the Howard Franklin. to be able to go into St. Pete, including the construction that's going on the bridge, the expansion, not to even include on 275, and then to make your way down to the venue. What he had hoped for, the same way like I talked about yesterday, was that he hopes that with the new stadium, which today, by the way, for those who live here locally, they're having a meeting today to basically to say yay or nay when it comes to the planned proposals, because let's not forget the former mayor of St. Pete, he gave the Rays a thumbs up as far as the area where they are currently right now at the Gaslight District. So right where they are, he gave them a thumbs up, told him, yep, you know what, you guys are good, no worries. New mayor comes in and he says, nope, you know what, throw all those plans out the window. I want to hear more developers. We want to hear more of what we can do with this area because they want it to benefit everyone. So the commerce in the area in St. Pete has grown. There's a lot of small businesses, really, really nice down there in St. Pete. If you guys come into the area, visit St. Petersburg, just like Tampa, but visit St. Pete. There's a lot of nice shops, a lot of mom and pop shops. The same way with the bars. Fergie's has been down the staple in St. Pete for years. If you guys not gone there, big sports bar out there. In college time, forget about it. You can barely get a seat there on college Saturdays. And then the NFL Sundays is the same exact way too. But the reason why, as I talk about this in Emma Longoria, because again, you look at the WNBA, almost kind of like the Rays, where they in small venues, not too many people end up showing up. Now you add the addition of the college players that came out of the college ranks this season. Angel Reese from LSU, Caitlin Clark from Iowa. Didn't go that far. Obviously, the Indiana Fever, recruited Aaliyah Boston, and obviously for Caitlin Clark. Two of the big powerhouse names. Caitlin Clark, by the way, the most assists in NBA history with 19, broke that record last night. Angel Reese is still dominating. These are two powerhouse women. And you heard even that Pete had brought up earlier about how Angel Reese, one of the pictures, she was at courtside. I have come across it. You guys can look for yourselves on X. Just put in Angel Reese, and you'll see she's also, I believe, gotten a nod for a swimsuit edition. I don't think it's for Sports Illustrated, but it's for some sports league that wants to put her on the cover. But you take a look at these two women and what the WNBA is doing, and the big monstrous deal they just got now for the media rights makes you also kind of scratch your head a little bit and wonder, are they going to expand the WNBA season? Now, some of it is kind of tough because some of them play at college universities. You have some that play, again, at the same arenas where the NBA plays. For example, the Las Vegas Aces, they play at the same arena, which is, I believe, is still called T-Mobile, but they play at the same venue where your Golden Knights end up playing. So that kind of becomes a little bit of a conflict. But as the popularity of the WNBA continues, could we see more and more expansion teams? Obviously, the talent that is coming out from college every year continues to get better. We see it in football. We see it in baseball. And I'm just talking about the college level in order to make it to the majors. Every year, the talent gets better. Every year, a lot of the ladies in the college ranks, they know it's a very selected few that make it out to WNBA. The other ones that may not get drafted by the WNBA then go overseas. You know, we've seen it many times where a lot of players, including NBA athletes, G League players, if you play overseas, especially for the female athletes, they make a whole lot more money going overseas. A lot of people thought Angel Reese was going to end up going overseas, but thankfully that wasn't the case. She stayed right here in the States. But a lot of them go over there because they make a ton of money. And then some of them do the double duty. They might play overseas and then come back and play during the WNBA season. You take Angel Reese, for example, Aaliyah Boston. You take Caitlin Clark. You take these ladies who just came out of playing, if they got that far in the tournament right back in March, and then they had to go right into the league. So I'm pretty sure they're beat, they're tired, but the All-Star game's coming. Maybe they'll get a small bit of rest in between. The three-point contest, also, if I do remember correctly, I believe the names were announced, and let me take a look because I believe I did have it. But the WNBA continues to just grow by leaps and bounds, and they did. So for the 3-point contest participants, you have Stephanie Dolson, Alicia Gray, Jonquel Jones, Marina Mabry, and Kayla McBride. Those are the ladies that are going up for the 3-point contest. We saw what happened last season for the 3-point contest. End up being a huge night for the ladies for a 3-point contest. It's where the WNBA is going, where they are trying to reach potentially of getting sold out crowd capacity. I think with this new media deal, and I know some folks may like it, some folks may not like it. You guys heard Pete talking about this morning how much like the NFL makes off of the media, and they're a $1 billion corporation. You take a look of what the WNBA is doing, damn near almost the same exact thing. I want to go back to it because I want to take a look and see exactly what the number was. I know it was 2.2 billion, but that was with the NFL. But a $200 million a year rights deal for the WNBA is going to probably bring more eyeballs than they've ever had before in the history of the league. Again, started back in 96, and they've slowly have grown. I think this year, potentially, the biggest growth that they've had in attendance, especially in Indiana. I think they said the average maybe somewhere between 100 to 1,000 people in the stands. Now you had Caitlin Clark out there, and it's sold out. Matter of fact, even before it was guaranteed that Caitlin Clark was going to come to the Indiana Fever, I believe they had put a limited amount of tickets out there in case she was drafted by them, and they sold out. And then obviously we all know now that the rest is pretty much history, where Caitlin Clark is making history for the Indiana Fever. So these women doing such an exceptional work, an exceptional job. The media deal that's being done for the WNBA. Again, even though the Fever were knocked down last night, 101-93 by the Wings, but no matter which way you look at it, again, the rookie tracker, Clark's 19 assists, that's the single game mark. So all these potential records that can be broken just by, let's say, just the two athletes, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. And we hear all the time that, I think Angel Reese has kind of calmed down from what we saw towards the beginning of the season, where she had mentioned maybe she would like to be kind of like the bad boy, obviously bad girl version of the WNBA, but she can also be, the what they call the Bayou Barbie, that she wanted to take both roles. They're getting the eyeballs because of what they're doing on the court. Now, off the court, like everybody else, they can do whatever you please, right? As long as it's not in front of a camera or a phone or somewhere where people will take it and then spin it. But right now, these two women have been exemplary for the league. So I want to see, after the All-Star break, how close these teams are. And we'll look at the rankings a little bit later on, but how close they are to the numbers that we'll see where people viewing, ticket sales, concession stands, just like we saw earlier today. I talked about the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA, NHL. I would like to see those numbers to see how much of a difference just those two athletes alone. There are others that came through, but just those two athletes alone, I just want to see the breakdown of the numbers. How much of the popularity either did it fizzle off after week 2 or 3? I haven't seen it fizzle off. A lot of people still end up watching the games. You hear my Talking Hoops crew talk about it as well. By the way, you guys missed the 2 announcements earlier on. One was Chris Landry joining the network here at Coastal Sports Network coming up next month. He'll be on Tuesdays with myself and Pete on the Pete Shepard Show from 7:15 to 7:45 a.m. And then you also, last night with Darius Rice, if you guys missed that one on Talking Hoops, he will be joining the network at a capacity as well. So it's good to have former athletes to be able to join the network just to give you guys a much better talent, content, and definitely a lot more to talk about. So that's good with the additions there. But for the women, they've been holding their own. The NBA, everybody knows it's a powerhouse, but the WNBA has finally stepped up to where I believe they wanted to be. They finally got chartered flights. And let's not forget about that one as well, that they've been wanting that for at least a couple of seasons, and they finally got it. The big thing is, though, obviously you have to, have the ticket sales because charter flights, everybody knows they're not cheap. And so we're hoping these teams will be able to manage what they like versus what they need versus the likes as well. But either or, the WNBA has finally come around to the point where you're getting more and more people to finally talk about them. And then kind of switching gears from the WNBA, and like I said, I'll bring up the record a little bit later on, to where yesterday we had talked briefly about Bronny. And then Bronny ends up having somewhat of an okay game yesterday. Some people call it a semi-breakout game. Some other ones are finally saying that he's kind of starting to come around. And we talked about the how much weight has been on his shoulders. I believe Rachel Nichols also came out with some commentary about, is it too much pressure that Bronny's under? But again, if you're an athlete, especially the son or a daughter of an athlete, you know what's coming. It comes with the territory. I think Bronny will do just fine, just in my opinion. What do I know? But it was nice to finally see that he ended up breaking out, or at least having a pretty decent game yesterday. And as it's stated, some people think just because he got drafted by the Lakers, he may not have made it to any other NBA team. And that could be the case. It could be the case. Again, you guys can make your comments here live on the socials and via text as well, 727-858-6650. And a quick update as well, as I know I'm throwing things kind of a little bit here kind of fast, only because it will be a condensed show this morning. But the leaderboard you guys had mentioned, or you heard Pete talk about it, right now still in first is Jay Thomas. Tied for second is Noren, Hogard, Rose, and Henley. Those are your top 5 at the moment for the British Open. One thing about the British Open, again, you guys hear me talk about it. It's I'm not a golf fanatic. All I know is it seems like every time they go over there to play the British Open, it's always some sort of kind of nasty weather. But so those are your top 5 leaders. But Bronny James scores 12, has 12 shots that ended up falling. And out in Vegas for the first time, Los Angeles Lakers rookie guard Bronny James curled off a season and sank a 17-foot pull-off jumper, drawing roars from the Lakers-friendly crowd at Thomas Mack Center. You guys also heard me talk about it as well down there at Thomas Mack Center. If you have not experienced a game at the Summer League, and if you live in the surrounding area, just go. It's a great time. Basically, one price gets you many games for the evening. You walk around, there's 2 different floors set up at the Thomas Mack Center. You guys end up enjoying over there. Just whatever you do, as I learned last year, don't stand in one spot. And it's not a fault of your own. It's just as you're going through the traffic in between the stands, you're not going to be able to stand in one spot, or you're going to find out quickly how people get angered at you and tell you to move out the way. Rightfully so, because they paid for the ticket. But even though Bronny James has struggled, Bronny, at least for one game, has had a breakout type game. I couldn't, again, imagine exactly what he's going through, but I know he finished off with 12 points down the first half. A three-point clutcher towards the end. But Bronny James is going to come around in his own. I'm not going to bore you guys a whole lot with the Bronny James talk because, again, it's a lot of pressure. We'll see what happens because the season has not kicked off yet, just the Summer League. We'll see what ends up happening. Does he go to the G League? Does he go to Australia? You heard his agent basically make the deal with the Lakers saying that they wanted him to go to Australia. Will it happen? Everybody wants to know. You also heard, and it's been mentioned over and over again, that he should have remained in college for at least one more season and then come out. But when your dad is LeBron James, he's going to push just a little bit harder. Also, if you guys have not heard, the Magic co-founder, NBA executive, who passed away at the age of 84, which is Pat Williams, also involved with the Sixers some years ago. We've 2 days back to back. We had lost Kobe's dad just the day before. Sometimes you say, you guys hear about it all the time, if we lose the great ones in threes. This happened to be one of them. Pat Williams, a co-founder of the Orlando Magic, who spent more than half a century working within the NBA, died Wednesday from complications related to the viral pneumonia, the team announced. Williams was 84, and he started his NBA career as a business manager for my 76ers in 1968, and then had stints as a general manager of the Chicago Bulls, the Atlanta Hawks, and the Sixers, helping the franchise win a title in 1983. That's how long it's been since the last time we got to hoist that trophy. It seems like forever. Almost did it. Almost with AI, but almost doesn't count, as we all know this. A few years later, Williams was involved in starting the process of bringing an NBA team to Orlando. The league's board of governors granted an expansion of the franchise in 87, and the team began play in 1989. Now, Orlando Magic, listen, I kid around. You guys will hear me talking about this a lot of times here in this region, but the Orlando Magic have last season, for Magic fans, the season prior was loaded with talented players. But because they didn't have enough patience to see what their franchise was going to grow to, about 3 of the players decided to bail. Then you look to see those same 3 players had left to play for other teams. Orlando was trying to make themselves a decent run into the playoffs. Came up short, but nonetheless ended up doing well. This is a young team still. It's still a young franchise. Yes, even though it's been since 1989, they're almost on the cusp of building themselves a solid franchise to be able to make that push into the NBA playoffs. It's going to happen. You guys remember Shaq played for them many years ago, right? There's been great talent that has come out of Orlando, but some of these guys have to have just a tad bit more of patience. You got to believe in your head coach. You got to believe in this organization. The fans definitely come out in Orlando. There's a lot of them that travel right here from Tampa, make the trip out to Orlando, either I-4 or 50. They make the travel trip, not the easiest one sometimes. So the Kia Center is right off of I-4, right in downtown Orlando. You guys can go have a great time, dinner, drinks, whatever the case may be, and then walk on over to the Kia Center. Orlando still is a very young team that will eventually get themselves into the contention party. But Pat Williams, who simply brought Magic to Orlando Magic chairman Don DeVos and CEO Alex Martin said in a joint statement, his accomplishments will always be remembered. Armed with his ever-present optimism and unparalleled energy, he was an incredible visionary who helped transform the world of sports in multiple ways. From bringing the Magic to Orlando to transforming sports marketing and promotion, he was always ahead of the curve. Williams was a general manager in Orlando until being promoted to senior vice president in 1996. There is no Orlando Magic without Pat Williams. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said in a statement that he was held in such a high regard in the basketball community and was a friend to me and so many generations of league executives. Pat was never at a loss for a kind and supportive word and always brought great enthusiasm, energy, and optimism to everything he did throughout more than his 50 years in the NBA. There's great minds, right? A lot of great minds. A lot of executives have moved through the ranks. You got Troy Vincent, who's doing an outstanding job for the NFL, played for the Philadelphia Eagles. We lose some of these guys and their legacies that they leave behind. For obviously Orlando, for Williams is going to be a big one as he tried to get that team, that city to that next level. And I believe they can. The Kia Center, nice venue. Seems kind of small, but it does have big energy. And a lot of it was created by him as well. Great place. If you like the Amalie Arena, because you're down here in Florida, bring a jacket when you go to some of these games because you can end up freezing a little bit inside that building. So Pat Williams, who passed away at the age of 84, God bless. We'll see what happens with the Orlando Magic now. They always have a plan in place. Don't get me wrong, but they want to see now what's going to happen. And I'm quite sure, though, somewhere on their jerseys, they'll have some sort of memoriam for Williams for what he did for the organization, obviously bringing them to the area. So there's still been, and I won't talk about it as much because I am going to talk about the, after the break, the young gentleman that came to my team, my soccer team, the Philadelphia Union, but little implications that are still coming out from the fallout. Miami Gardens, you guys can look it up yourselves. I think that story is probably going to run until at least the end of the week and probably some more. But that fallout continues because the blame game has not stopped. It continues on, and it is insane to think who is to blame. So that continues. Obviously, NFL training camp opened up yesterday for the Texans. You guys had heard me yesterday mention them as well. D'Amico Ryans, you guys heard Chris Globe earlier on the Pete Shepard Show as he pretty much stated what I had mentioned yesterday as far as D'Amico Ryans, CJ Stroud, how good that team looks and what do we expect from them this upcoming season. The majority of other teams are starting to camp from Friday, Saturday, and then a lot of them start come next week. Your Packers and other teams as well. So I want to get your thoughts, you guys. What do you feel that your team's going to end up doing this season? Or let me know, what team do you actually root for? Again, phone lines are open. Text lines open, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And you can make your comments, of course, here on the social medias. And we appreciate you guys hanging around all day long here at the Coastal Sports Network. Don't forget, behind me is my hermano, Rich Q, with Middays with Q. He comes on from 12 to 2. And, of course, Pete Shepard starts your day off in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. So we're going to take a quick break here as we get the first half hour of the show in the books. And we thank you for supporting our sponsors, Moynihan Lumber. Don't forget, if you want to know about the latest weather, traffic in the area, visit IOnTampaBay.com, who powers our beautiful station here in Tampa, Florida. So Ion Tampa Bay, give them a follow on X, on Facebook. The majors, from what I saw earlier, are clear, so nothing going on here in the area. Just remember, when you hit the road, folks, just be careful. Again, you're listening to Martinez & Company. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't just follow us on the socials. Call or text the show 727-858-6650 and let us know what's on your mind. Now back to Martinez and Company.
All right, welcome back. Martinez coming here live on the Coastal Sports Network. We are live from normally 10 to 12 here, Martinez Company, but today because I run the network, because I do a lot of the producing and production behind the scenes, I will be ending the show at 11 o'clock, so I apologize for ending it early, but because I am a one-man crew, I have to make sure that I take care of a lot of things around here so you guys can continue getting great content, great audio, and making sure that everything sounds and looks good. I wanted to bring up, you guys had heard me mention it earlier, but I want to bring up this audio clip here about Rachel Nichols. Talking about the criticism of Bronny James that she feels is unfair. And this was from Undisputed Live.
So Bronny's game been fair or unfair?
Totally unfair. I think that people are looking at him as if he is a top 10 pick. He is not a top 10 pick. He is a number 55 pick. The expectations for a number 55 pick should be that you are largely headed to the G League and may get some games up in the NBA. Last year's number 55 pick played 4 total minutes in the NBA. He didn't average 4 minutes a game in the NBA, 4 total minutes, and those came in one game. So to evaluate Bronny next to top 10 picks versus what other guys at number 55 has done is totally unfair. And obviously it's going to happen. We're all watching him more because of who he is and the fact that he's playing on the Lakers. Don't forget that too, in addition to being LeBron's son. But he is not playing at a level that's so much below where other players who have been in his position have played in the past. In fact, Alex Sarr, who was the number 2 pick overall, just had a bomber of a game, right? 0 points, 0 for 15 from the floor, right? Game. 0 for 7 from the 3-point line. And that's a number 2 pick overall. Bronny James is a number 55 pick. JJ Redick has come out and said he is a developmental player. We all knew this going in. So to sit there and criticize him for summer league numbers that, as I have said several times, stats do not matter in summer league. We have seen guys have bad summer leagues and go on to have good NBA careers. What Bronny needs to get used to in summer league is the speed of the game. He needs to get used to new coaches and teammates and new schemes. And he has to get used to the attention he's getting. Because that is one of the other things I saw sitting courtside at that game on Monday night between the Celtics and the Lakers. Every time he touched the ball, the crowd perked up. Sure. And when he finally scored in the fourth quarter, there was just this wave, right? And we've seen in some of his other games that fans actually criticizing the coach from the stands saying, give Bronny the ball, give Bronny the ball. No one wants that as a player. As a player, you don't want people, well, you just give me the damn ball. But no.
What, Rachel?
No. But Key,
I
hear me out. Saying. As a player, if you're not delivering, you don't want people in the stands trying to make it okay for you. You want to earn it, right? You earned that damn ball, right? No, Bronny has to earn the damn ball, and he knows that he hasn't yet, which is fine. Again, this is who he is at this point. So he's had to deal with a ton of media. He didn't do media after the game on Monday night, which again is okay. He's not required to, but you get the impression that it's been a lot. So I think for him, the key is getting used to all of that, and the stats to me will follow for a number 55 overall pick.
she brought up a great point there as well when you talk about the overall, availability for the media. Does anybody really get upset during the summer league? And not just because it's Bronny, but are they really looking forward to any post-game media talk during the summer? It's the summer league. Not for nothing, but I mean, they're going there to hone up on their skills, make it better. But is anybody really waiting for it afterwards? Obviously, for the media, you want to hear what, the players have talked about, the athletes have talked about, and what you see on the court as well, which is the other thing too at the Thomas Mack Center. The layout that they have for the media is pretty incredible. That wouldn't normally be available during maybe even during a college game, but the layout, the way they do it pretty much brings you close to games. So you guys have plenty of room to write and talk and type and stuff. But I don't think anybody's upset with Bronny if he decided not to talk to the media afterwards. Again, it's a summer league. It's different if he was called up to the Lakers and now he's asked to be present after the game is over. Sure, at that point, everybody wants to hear what he wants to say. But in the summer league, it's not a big thing. And I don't think she was making a big deal about it as well. But you can hear what she's saying. There is a lot of pressure. A lot of it has to be because of Bronny, right? Because of LeBron. He's got big shoes to fill. I also wanted to bring up as well, because I just don't want to throw stuff out there just because it's out in the open, but this is also a audio, and this is from SNY. Credit to them, but they mentioned too about the popularity of the WNBA. You guys heard me opening up the show with it, and their thoughts about them cashing in on that $2.2 billion deal.
The WNBA and its players are all ready to cash in. So it's been reported that the league's upcoming media deal is valued at approximately $2.2 billion over 11 years. So according to reports, the NBA negotiated the WNBA's media deal alongside its own massive media rights agreement with Disney, NBC, and Amazon, and each of those companies will have their own WNBA packages. However, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver confirmed on Tuesday that the media deals were not finalized just yet. Finalization is still pending as TNT's parent company, Warner Bros. And Discovery, insists it can match one of the new partners' offers, and they're still weighing on whether they're going to do so or not. So the WNBA, as you guys know, have seen a huge rise in viewership and popularity this season due to the arrival of a talented rookie class led by stars like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and Cameron Brink. Games are averaging 1.32 million viewers across the networks of ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, and CBS, which is triple the average of the 462,000 last season. And it's not just the broadcasts that have seen a rise in viewership. WNBA arenas across the league are being filled up with an average of 94% capacity. More viewership plus more fans in the stands means more money for the players. And I'm all for it.
Now, you guys heard me talking about it, correct? And it's one of those things that, once again, thank you guys for listening. Martinez coming here. I'm Angel Martinez on the Coastal Sports Network. But you guys just heard me talk about the same exact thing. I have never, in my lifetime, talked as much WNBA talk as we've had this season because it's growing. They finally figured out the chemistry, the formula. It's like when you have all these like different influencers and stuff to say, well, here's what you're doing because your YouTube channel is not growing. Here's what you're doing because your Instagram channel is not growing. But what happens? They never actually tell you the reason why, because why would they tell you if they were able to somehow or another grow from 100 followers to 1,000, 10,000 million followers? They're not going to give you the actual facts on how in the world they did it. But the WNBA figured it out slowly but surely. Build the talent, build the structures, get your fan base, and everything will continue to grow. Now, you also heard in that audio clip that the NBA, alongside the WNBA, were the ones that put that deal together. I'm not even going to call it a sweetheart deal because it's beyond a sweetheart deal. $2.2 billion. Let's think about it. As you heard, 94% of the arenas are being filled. Not to include that some of the jerseys for some of the women on the teams, they can't even make the jerseys fast enough as quickly as they're going off the racks. And I know they don't talk about it as much because it doesn't seem like it's interesting, but it goes to show you that merchandising does work as well. So it's good to finally hear that the WNBA is successful. What I would like to know from you guys is that we keep hearing about the deals as far as like the streaming, right? We keep hearing over and over again about streaming platforms. And do you want to pay for it? We know everything's gone to streaming. Again, when myself and Pete were growing up, we didn't have that. Rich, it seems like nothing streamed. You watched your local ABC, CBS, NBC. Eventually, as cable came around, because back in the day, you had VHF, UHF channels is what you had available. So you turn the dial, right? You walked up to your TV, turn up the dial, and you had like 3, 6, and 10 if you lived in Philly. Then came PHL 17, then came 29. One channel I believe we also had was like Philly 57 or something like that. And then Prism came around and things continue to evolve. But as much as we love, our mobile devices, when we go somewhere for, at an airport, connecting flight, wherever the case may be, we love everything that at our fingertips. But it also comes with a price. So that means that we as fans also have to pay that price. I would like to know from you guys, as we continue seeing these deals, the same way with the athletes, right? We've seen athletes now are beyond the 7 figures, right? You have Ohtani, $340 million or something ridiculous, way up there, which he's going to defer it until the back end. Ohtani's going to be like the new Bobby Bowe. He just celebrated another $1 million paycheck, and everybody laughs about it, but he still gets paid. He won't go broke, that's for sure. But I want to know, how many people, are you guys okay? And I know we have a lot of, I know we have a lot of folks that like Netflix, Amazon, who else? I think the NFL Network also has a streaming platform as well. Do you guys like that? Yes, it's available for streaming, but you also have to pay all these different additional packages. So for example, if you have Hulu, Disney/ESPN, to a certain extent, you get live content. Then if you want, for example, this year with the NFL Network with Amazon, you had to have the Prime subscription in order to do so, which I have, which I enjoy because I use Amazon a lot. But is there going to be a point in time where maybe they'll decide to, we're just going to kind of make one place for everybody to go to and then put it together and just charge set price? But YouTube has their streaming channels. Pete obviously loves it at his house. But is it getting to the point where how much do we have to pay? We already pay, correct? When we go to these venues, go see the women play, the men play, whatever sporting event, it's the same way. But how much is too much? Because a lot of the cable bills now are almost to the point of a car payment, which I think is beyond ridiculous. By the way, if you guys want to save money as well, take a look at sr1029thegame.com. At the very bottom of the homepage, you'll see ayumas.com. Visit them. I think you'll really enjoy their service. I've had it in my home for the last 3 to 4 years. I really enjoy the service. I rarely have issues, not saying that it doesn't come with issues. I'm not going to lie to the folks, but I have at least, I would say, 90% uptime, 10% downtime. And usually when it's that 10% is because something goes crazy within the area or something else like that. But other than that, love the service. But how much are you guys willing to pay? So as things continue to evolve, as much as we want to see streaming, as much as we want to see our teams be successful, that's the way the route's going to go. We see it this year with the NFL, and who knows what else is yet to come. There's a lot of things that people agree upon. Some people don't. It's just, there is a lot that's going on, a lot where people, once again, they love their streaming service, but right now the WNBA, God bless, they're going to cash in on it. So is the NBA. Switching ranks now, going over to Major League Soccer. We know that we love our teams here locally. We saw, again, the fallout, whatever happened with the Miami Gardens. Who knows what's going to come about that? But Kevin Sullivan, the 14-year-old, breaks Freddie Adu's record in debut and evolved in Major League Soccer now. 14-year-old kid. By the way, breaking news from the NFL, the one team who has the breakout jerseys, the Jacksonville Jaguars, just threw their throwback jerseys. You guys heard me, O'Brien, talk about it yesterday. The breakout jerseys for the Jacksonville Jaguars, let's see if they're going to become a major hit, but they are on sale I believe you can go to the JacksonvilleJaguars.com, NFL.com, and I'm quite sure the Fanatics will also have the shirt available. You guys are lucky for the free plug. But Sullivan, the 14-year-old from 293 days old, stepped on a Major League Soccer field Wednesday night, and in his 85th minute of the Philadelphia Union's match against New England, made all sorts of history. He became the youngest player to ever appear in a Major League Soccer game, breaking a record famously held by Freddie Adu, 14 years, 306 days for more than 2 decades. Sullivan is also the youngest kid to ever appear in any major U.S. team sports. And he's younger than everyone who ever played in the Big 5 European soccer leagues: England's Premier League, Spain's La Liga, Germany's Bundesliga, Italy's Serie A, and France's League One. This kid, when he was talked about in Philly, people couldn't believe. I listen, what do I know? I learned even a lot from Pete this morning that, at 14 years old, God bless, made it to the majors, especially Major League Soccer. Everybody knows it is growing here in the U.S. Soccer continues to evolve here. A lot of teams and a lot of fans go out there. For example, Tampa has the Rowdies. It's about 10 to 15,000 seat capacity that's out there. People love it. They go out there. They're not a Major League Soccer team, but people still love soccer. We have a lot of Hispanics there in the area who for obvious, not reasons, but they love when they came home from their native country where they're able to play soccer. They absolutely love it. And it continues to grow. But this 14-year-old, when he was signed by the Philadelphia Union, we have the Union basically crazies that are out there that really love the opportunity that this kid is coming to play for them. And the Union is only 2 seasons separated from almost winning the first Major League Soccer Cup. And again, I say almost, but almost means nothing. Eagles almost, and then winning a Super Bowl again 2 seasons ago. Didn't happen. We got one so far, but we'll see what happens. But the 14-year-old is quite the phenom. He has a precious talent, an audacious attacking midfielder, and an internationally coveted prospect who has already agreed to join Manchester City when he legally can at the age 18. He attracted the hype even as a preteen. The hype naturally has raised uncomfortable questions about our cultural obsession with prodigies, about the utility of pushing a kid to the pros at age 14 and so on, especially in the context of the man whose record Sullivan broke. Adu, of course, fell short of the monstrous expectations heaped upon him and his innocent shoulders. Now, that's a great point within the article that we hear parents, right? Some parents will push their kids, and I'm not saying they're physically, you guys got to remember that, but they push their kids because they want their kids to do well. Some parents, let's not kid ourselves, do it because they know their kid is that payday. They know it. So they push a kid out there. If you remember Allen Iverson, when he was coming through Georgetown and stuff, him and his mom, beautiful person, great personality, was well-loved, still well-loved in Philadelphia, had pushed her son not as far as to the enforcement of the athlete, but wanted him to do better because of the area he grew up in. And then while he was a professional, tried to get him away from in Philly, Allen Iverson had a humongous posse, huge posse. And his mom just kept telling him, listen, just get away from that stuff. So we have parents that we know that they take their child and they try to sprinkle them throughout, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, whatever. And then you have the other parents that don't want their child to become a pro. Some of them to the point, because we've seen the concussions in the NFL, have gotten to the point, and even some of the former athletes and current athletes that have their sons or daughters playing in a major league sport, a lot of them too, they say, like, I don't know if I want my child to play football or play basketball or something else. But these young phenoms that we're starting to see from from middle school to high school, is it kind of like a dangerous territory that we are going to now 14-year-olds or 13-year-olds or 12-year-olds to see what their talents are, to then try to push them into the league much earlier than they should? Now, could this kid be the real thing? I mean, he's going to go play for Manchester City when he's 18 years old. Huge league over on the other side of the pond for us. And who knows? A lot of things can happen between there. I, for one, didn't think that I know he signed a contract. I know NBC 10 back in Philly that talked about it. And I think we're kind of on the same boat. Was he going to be able to play for the Union? Because technically he hasn't graduated from high school, right? You're only just getting out of middle school. So are these kids that we have so much an expectation of, is it okay that we're pushing them at such a young age? Again, love to know your comments. You can send a text here live to the show, 727-858-6650. But this kid in particular, especially for the Philadelphia Union, and I can play homer. I can say, yeah, I love it because it's, my teams back home, I absolutely love. I follow it even while still being here in Tampa when I originally lived in Philadelphia. But it doesn't mean that I'm beyond grateful, if those are the choice words, that he's 14 years old and is able to play with adults and showcase his talents. Sure, that's great. But again, he's got a long way to go. I just hope that the push on him and the expectations aren't as harsh as once we see our pros coming out of, high school and college and places like that. So the league has definitely evolved a lot. And we see that they want to keep growing. I don't want to say breeding because that would be wrong. Definitely don't want to use breeding as a word, but they're just looking for young talent. You guys have heard Ron Briscoe, who's going to be on with me tomorrow. Ron has talked about he's watched these young men and women who play basketball in their high school years. A couple of them, he's the same thing. He's seen them in the junior high years. Now, the difference is that he may have watched them, but waited until they were in high school to become a better athlete and then figure out like, okay, can I work with this individual? Is there a team that could possibly pick them up? Who can I speak to within the ranks of the NBA or the G League and see how I can get this young lady or young man to be able to develop and become an athlete in college? I think for a lot of today's youth, even as they push themselves, I just hope there's not a forcible expectation. Maybe that's the word I want to use there. And that everybody has the patience to see how these kids are going to end up doing. I brought up Bronny earlier, same thing. He's going to have an immense amount of pressure because of his dad. So I just hope for this 14-year-old phenom that's coming into the league, Major League Soccer, especially for the Philadelphia Union, that does well. I know, listen, my city, my town, Philly, we're brutal. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are brutal when it comes to, the athletes that come through there. Ask Charles Barkley, right? Barkley, even though Barkley, he does take some of the blame for it because, again, in Philly, the expectations are once you made it to the pros, yes, we're going to push you along. Because we're diehard fans. It's a blue collar city, just like Pittsburgh, places in Dallas, out in freaking Kansas City. When you are a diehard fan, yeah, you're going to push your athletes. Now in Philly, we take it a little bit further. Do we boo a lot? Of course we do. You hear it. It's not anything that's hidden. You hear a lot of boos coming out from the city of Philadelphia. But in Charles Barkley, he had mentioned as well. He had, when he left from Philly and went to Phoenix, the difference was he understood at that time of, man, they were booing me, but only because they wanted me to do better. The Eagles faithful, you'll hear it as well. They'll jump on Jalen Hurts when he has a bad game. And then when he comes back and does well, he'll do it. Zach Ertz is another one. When he went to the Cardinals, at the end of his run with the Eagles, he heard it, but he knows if he comes back and makes a good play, he also heard the cheers as well. So as fans, yeah, are we uber fans? Of course. In Philly, are we beyond ridiculous? Yeah, but that's because we want to see how well we can push the athletes. So in Philly, I know you guys have heard plenty of stories. Not too long ago, Tim brought up the whole, batteries with Santa and, look what you guys do and blah, blah. No, because we're passionate sports fans. It's what we do. Now, I wasn't at that game for the batteries, nor did I ever care to be, because of what had happened. But at the same time, too, we like to push our athletes. Let's just not, because they are human as well. And yeah, I'm guilty of doing it before in the past. But let's not put the amount of pressure on them that they just can't enjoy the game that they play or their time with their families because of the expectations that are put on them. And that's only because I brought up again the 14-year-old that made his debut with the Major League Soccer in Philadelphia Union. But as we get to the closing of the show here, and again, I can't thank you guys enough for hanging around after Pete Shepard Show, listening to Martinez coming here on the Coastal Sports Network. T.O., you guys remember him, right? Came to Philly after that weird trade from the Cowboys via the Ravens, and then for some crazy loop ended up with Philly. End up going to a Super Bowl after getting injured and recovering to be able to make it in Jacksonville was inhumane. It was nuts, right? Not inhumane, but you know what I mean? It was crazy that he was able to recover and then go play with the Eagles. And Donovan McNabb, listen, I don't, there's always been different stories that Donovan, I wouldn't say necessarily gave up. We also remember the Patriots, and I know there's a lot of fans from New England that watch the show here. We heard about, the cheating scandal and stuff that the Patriots did, but they had the opportunity of winning the game, came up short. Donovan, towards the latter part of his career, couldn't throw past someone's ankles. But T.O. was upset because he put a lot of blame on Donovan on why the Eagles, after he nurtured himself to come back, to be able to play in that Super Bowl and win it, it just didn't happen. There was rumors that they were, the Patriots, again, I wasn't there. I don't know. It's all, hearsay at this point. But they knew the plays that the Eagles were going to end up doing. That it was recorded, and they knew what was going to end up happening. Donovan, at that point, as much as we loved that Andy Reid could have finally won one there with B-Doc and crew, it didn't come to fruition. But T.O., he said, I tried to come out of retirement with the Bucs, and Tom Brady disrespected me. Now, the story came out when Antonio Brown abruptly left the Buccaneers in 2021. You guys remember that one, right? Where he decided to take off his jersey, take off the shoulder pads, basically walked around, and I think if it was up to him, he probably would have taken everything else off and walked out the stadium, but gave up on the team and just walked out. And this is what T.O. is referring to. They could have used a veteran wide receiver for the playoffs, and T.O. wrote on social media at the time that he was that wide receiver. 2.5 years later, Owens is blaming Tom Brady for the Bucs not signing him. Owens said on the Bubba Dub show that he attempted to contact Brady to ask for a chance to play for the Bucs in the playoffs, and Brady ignored him. Tom Brady ignored me, Owens said. That year, AB went crazy. They just needed somebody to fill some holes with AB leaving at the receiver position. I reached out to him through Randy and some other people just to come in and play third down and red zone situation. This dude ignored me, meaning Tom Brady. It just shows you the lack of respect there. But when they get in front of you, they want to act like they respect you. At the time, Owens was 48 years old and hadn't played in the NFL since he was cut after 3 weeks of training camp with the Seahawks a decade earlier. It's probably less than Brady didn't respect Owens' achievements as a former NFL receiver than that of Brady didn't want to waste time during playoff preparation talking to someone who had zero chance of making the roster. T.O., listen, who doesn't love controversy? T.O., I'll admit I loved him, man. Hated what he did when he was causing all that turmoil in Philadelphia. It drove us nuts because he had his home in Jersey that he was renting out. And then you saw him outside with every day he would do something different, something new. This was after the fallout from losing in Jacksonville and what came afterwards. I wish he remained a Philadelphia Eagle. A couple years ago, matter of fact, I thought the Eagles were going to reach out back to him and bring him back for a second time. I think the fan base would have been absolutely crazy, and they would have forgotten everything what had happened. And to this day, for the most part, a lot of fans do forget what had happened. It was just, listen, it was a mess. The Eagles for a couple of years were a mess as Andy Reid was coming toward the end of his career out there. Obviously, the change of scenery did him really well after having 3 titles under his belt. But that whole fiasco of what had happened with T.O. and the Eagles and stuff like that, I wish it would never happen because I wanted, could have there been a possibility, again, could have, would have, should have, who the hell knows, but could have been a possibility, could have the Eagles gone back to the Super Bowl the following year. Who knows? But I would have loved to seen Andy Reid, possibly Donovan McNabb, and T.O., Fred X, these guys in a winning one, the first one, but Dougie P came in and finally rescued his team. And then we saw that because he didn't play, so-called front office games, and he didn't want to be that yes man, You just won the Super Bowl, and then you quickly flip the script on them and tell them, no, we don't want you to do what you've been doing. We want you to do what we want you to do. Well, let's see. That's great. Harry Roseman, really good GM. I don't know how the guy does it, but he reaches into a hat and pulls out gold. Instead of a bunny, he pulls out these golden deals. And great for the Eagles, great for us as a fan base. But with Doug now being in Jacksonville, and if he's able to take Jacksonville and win his second one in Jacksonville, listen, I would be completely amazed. I want to see. You heard Maya Mono talk about it a couple of days ago that he had mentioned, what's going to happen this season. Is Doug in a hot seat? Joe Q, great to see you here in the comments. Joe Q says, wasn't the year after Jacksonville Super Bowl the year Donovan also had the sports hernia? Yep. Yes, sir. Sure was. It sure was. And then we saw the decline of Donovan McNabb, who then ended up with the Redskins at the time and just never bounced back. McNabb just never bounced back. He never did. We start seeing passes. And again, listen, I can play armchair quarterback all day long, but everyone saw the tape. He could not throw in between the shoulder blade and basically, your hips. Everything was either going to your ankles, before your ankles, or it was being overthrown, one or two. But, it was a great standout. You guys remember that when he came back to retire, so number 5 will always love you, not McNabb. Number 5 will always love you. And listen, it's Philly. It's what we do. Filled with controversy. First team ever to lose over 10,000 games were Phillies. Thankfully, they're still in first place at the moment as they come back to play on Friday as the second half of the season kicks off, and we'll see what the Phillies end up doing. Again, the playoffs and Major League Baseball, like any other venue, when the playoffs come around, it's a whole different beast. I don't get to understand it, but it is. So thank you all once again for hanging out with me for this hour. The show will conclude at this point. Middays with Q will start at 12 p.m. So my hermano will be back from 12 to 2. Of course, you start your day off with the Pete Shepard Show from 7 a.m. to 10. If you guys missed the announcement, Chris Landry from Landry Football, he announced it. He is coming over to the Coastal Sports Network starting next month for a half-hour segment from 7:15 to 7:45 in the morning with myself and Pete Shepard on Tuesdays. We, of course, will give you guys more updates as it comes around, but it is a huge get for us here at Coastal Sports Network. Also joining us is going to be Darius Rice, former NBA athlete with the Miami Heat and other teams as well, played for the Miami Hurricanes. So he will be joining the network as well as the network continues to evolve and continue to grow. Don't forget, you guys, we ask all the time. You guys will see it posted on social medias. Do us a favor. Not only give us a follow here at CSN Florida on our X, you can also follow Pete at PSHEP326, Pete Shep 326, my hermano Rich Q on Q, and of course for myself here, Angel Martinez at SR1029 The Game, all of our socials, which is also up on the website as well. Download the app so you guys don't miss a thing. It's the only app that's out there right now that you can watch the live shows. You can listen in on the live show in case you jump in your car and you're heading out somewhere else. That you can also text the show within the app. And oh, by the way, also call the show within the app. And if you go over to CSN Bets, you'll see your play material with my hermano Rich Q. So there's a lot of stuff that are still coming up here on the network. We do appreciate you guys always hanging there with us every single day. We do appreciate it. At least for me, I will say as the CEO here of Sports Radio 102.9 The Game, I can't thank you guys enough for your support, for the love, for comments when you make them. Again, on inside the website, you guys can leave us a comment. Let us know. Would you like to be an on-air talent? Anything. Let us know. Pop it in there. And we always welcome comments. And if you have, what it takes, let us know. You never know where life is going to end up taking you. So the one thing, by the way, we see folks out there. You guys heard me say it at 7 o'clock hour. We see you. We see you out there. You know who you are. We see you. And I'll leave it at that. But thank you guys once again for tuning in here. Martinez Company, short condensed show today, only because I have to take care of some things and make sure the network continues to run as properly as it has. My hermano will be on from 12 to 2. Anything else that will be on the apps, we will always put it out there so you guys know exactly what we're doing, what we're up to. And please just do us a favor. download the all-new digital sports app. It is available directly from the website, sr1029thegame.com. I had brought it up earlier on Pete's show. It is right on the landing page. You guys will see the live show below that. You'll see the text and the call box. Just under that, you will see where you can download it to any device. Simple instructions to put in there as far as to download to your device. It can't be any easier. And then while you're there, don't forget to hit the get notifications. So when something gets developed on the app or something new, we have a new on-air talent that comes on with us. Whatever it may be, we'll push out the notification. I am not going to inundate everybody when you download the app. Like, I'm not putting out a notification every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes. I know that gets to be annoying when you download other apps. It's just if it's something important, something new drops, just like, for example, yesterday with Pat Gilroy and his beautiful fiancee, Kat, who have now joined us over with his audio podcast from Let's Talk with Kat and Pat. So they are on there as well. Marshall Time with Jonathan and Josh Marshall. You guys can hear that show also here on Sports Radio 102.9. Don't forget Lloyd Vance with Lloyd Vance's Insider Football. That's on Monday nights. A terrific show. Monday evenings with his co-host, Kevin Midget, and sometimes Joanne Alford. Other guys will join him as well. That's on from 8 to 9:15 on Monday nights. Last night, you guys missed it with Talking Hoops. Love my crew. Coach Johnson, Coach Mack, Ron Briscoe. Ron will be on with me tomorrow morning. You guys will hear his take as far as what the All-Star break is coming up here for the WNBA and some of the Summer League games. And then also soon, once again, Football Stories, a magazine, will be launching their show. Once again, those guys come out of Philly and they talk about everything Philly that you want to get caught up on. So once again, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for listening in on the digital sports station. Don't forget to tell your friends. Follow us once again at CSN Florida. We do appreciate you all. You will see me within the next hour. And for those who have followed Pete, thank you. We appreciate you. And we'll see you at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock. Have yourself a great sports day. And thank you for listening to the Coastal Sports Network.